And we are in the throes of Unit 17. And remember, most of 17, we're thinking like an appraiser. So let's go ahead and put our appraiser hat back on this morning. And we're talking about the three different approaches that the appraiser takes to determine value. So the first one that we discussed that the appraiser takes to determine value is the sales comparison approach. And the sales comparison approach is where we're going to study the subject property. We're going to learn everything that we can about the subject property. And then we're going to find recently sold, similar, closed comps. Recently sold, similar, closed comps. We want recently sold because it's a true condition of the market. We want as similar to the subject as we can. The fewer adjustments we have to make, the better. And then we want things that are pretty close by. Remember, we talked about you could change the value just by moving from town to town or just the other side of town. So we want something close by to get that results. Sales comparison approach is best for the appraiser when they're trying to determine value for single family residence, single family resale and land. So sales comparison approach is best for, single family resale and land. The sales comparison approach is what the appraiser does to determine value. And the sales comparison approach is the closest thing to what you and I have when doing our CMA and our BPO. Do your head one way or another. Is it my job to determine value? Do I determine value? Can I look at a seller and say the value of your home is? Absolutely not. The only time you can use value when you're talking to buyers and sellers is if you're an appraiser, if you have an appraiser license. Everybody good? So when the seller looks at you and says, what's my home worth? You need to be very careful on how you respond to that. Okay. Don't say the value of your home or I think it's worth. Remember, our verbiage, our vernacular is based on my research. I think your probable sales price is, and then we're going to report it in range. Maybe today, but definitely on Tuesday, we're going to get into property management. So if you're in property management, the owner may look at you and say, how much can I lease my home for? So again, you can do a CMA and you can look at the owner and you can say, I think your probable lease price is. Okay, so with the CMA will help us with sales price and lease price. Again, that's the most closely related to the sales comparison approach. And then we started talking about, good morning. And then we started talking about the appraiser's second approach to value. The second approach to value that the appraiser can take, and that's the cost approach. And that's where we are right now. So let's do a quick recap. The cost approach is best for special use properties. Think schools, churches, hospitals, libraries. You're not going to be able, the appraiser is not going to be able to do the sales comparison approach for a school because you probably don't have a recently sold comp nearby, right? Schools don't sell every day like houses do. Libraries don't sell every day like houses do. So finding a comparable to compare it to, it is going to be difficult. It's a special use property. The other example that the cost approach that the appraiser will use is new construction. So let's make sure we're good with that. Sales comparison approach is resale. Cost approach is new construction. And with the cost approach, the appraiser is taking the land and the structure and separating them. So the appraiser is going to first put value on the land as if it were vacant. The appraiser is just going to pretend that the structure doesn't exist. If I were to sell this as a vacant lot, he's going to use the sales comparison approach, and he's going to determine the value of the land as if it were vacant. And then he's going to study the structure. The appraiser is going to study the structure and put value on that. And we're now talking about the different things to consider when putting value on the structure. So is it going to be a reproduction or is it going to be a replacement? How are we going to determine, like, for example, cost per square foot? How much does each square foot cost? And the other thing, or another thing that they need to take into consideration when you're looking at the structure is depreciation. Structures depreciate. Remember, keep this simple. Depreciation is just a loss in value for any reason. Over time, things lose value. So depreciation is looking at that loss of value in any reason on the structure. For our purposes, land does not depreciate. So the only thing that's going to depreciate in the eyes of the appraiser and for our purposes is the structure. Remember we said on day one, structures come and go, but the land always stays. The land will always have value. I think if you were to take a Live in Your Financing Dream 101 class, what's the first thing they're going to tell you to do? Buy land. That's what I've always heard. You want to be rich, buy land. So land, that's right. Land will not depreciate. It'll always have some kind of value. It's the structure that depreciates. So this is where we are. That's right. They're not making any more of it, are they? We only have so much land to go around. And when it's over, when it's out, not quite sure what we're going to do. I guess we build up. That's what we do. We start going up. So with depreciation, there's several different things that the appraiser takes into consideration, and we're going to talk about each of these. So they're going to look at the physical deterioration of the building, just ordinary wear and tear, just happens. Functional obsoletes, the functions of the property, and then economic obsoletes, things that are outside of the property but are still affected the property. So again, let's break these down. With physical deterioration, and I'm on page 449. With physical deterioration, you have curable and incurable. Curable physical wear and deterioration, there we go, curable physical deterioration are things that are physically and economically feasible to fix. You just got to paint a house every once in a while, right? You just got to put in new carpet. You just got to do basic maintenance. It's curable. It's physically possible to do it, and it's economically feasible to do it. You're not going to break the bank. And you may even add value by slapping a new coat of paint on. It's amazing what a new coat of paint will do for the look of something. So curable physical deterioration is physically and economically feasible. Incurable physical deterioration then is not. Things that are not economically feasible. It may not be worth your money to fix the structure or to repair a cracked foundation. When doing things like major components of the building, you need to stop and ask yourself, is it worth it? Can I get my money back? Can I get this return? And I say all this to say, I feel the need to interject here that I am not a structural engineer. So I'm in no way claiming that this crack in the wall that you're looking at is good or bad. I'm just simply using it as an illustration. That's my disclaimer. So as an example, structure problems, foundation problems tend to get costly fast. So the appraiser and the homeowner, for that matter, have to determine if it's physically and economically feasible to repair that. So physical deterioration is just ordinary wear and tear. It just happens. Functional obsoletes, we also have curable and incurable functional obsoletes. A curable functional obsoletes is just an outdated design. My bedroom going up had blue shag carpet, and I wish it looked as pretty as what you're looking at on my screen right now. Did not. That is curable functional obsoletes. It's still burned in my retinas, y'all. Curable functional obsoletes. Can you put down new carpet? Is it physically and economically feasible to put down more carpet? Absolutely. It's part of home ownership. It's just an outdated design. Shag carpet. Y'all be careful. Brass bathroom fixtures, kitchen fixtures are coming back. I know. They're making a comeback. You know, shag. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We all want to live like we did back in the day. I had an apartment once, the entire kitchen, counter, floor, refrigerator, Everything but the cabinets was avocado green. Curable functional obsoletes. I've lived in some interesting places in my life. I'm just saying, I'm happy to be here now in my house. Functional obsoletes can also be incurable. Again, which just means it's not physically and economically feasible. An example of an outdated design that's incurable. You see this cute little house? This is a house that was listed for sale. It's pretty cute, isn't it? What's the problem with it, you ask? It is a 4-bedroom, 1 bath. This thing was built in like 1908. Back in the day, we only had 1 bathroom. Today, everybody wants their own, right? This may be an example of an incurable functional obsolete. It may not be physically possible to add a 2nd bathroom. It may not be economically possible to add a 2nd bathroom. That's incurable. Not all homes have central AC. The fact that it doesn't have centralized AC may be incurable. Again, it's not physically or economically possible. It's all about that rate of return and getting that money back. And the last thing for depreciation that the appraiser looks at is economic obsoletes. And there is no curable or incurable. Economic obsoletes is just economic obsoletes. It's nothing we can do about it. It's all incurable. It's all incurable. And what we're referring to is things outside the property boundaries, things nearby. What you guys are looking at, my Winston-Salem people, if you go down Griffith Road is the one that runs behind Village Tavern on Haynesville Boulevard. Everybody know where I'm at? And you go down Griffith Road, you keep going, you keep going, you keep going, you get to the very end, and it dead ends at Clemensville Road. Y'all know what's on the corner of Griffith and Clemensville Road? What you're looking at right now is a sewage treatment plant. And I'm telling you, in a hot August day, it does not smell good in this area. If you live near a landfill, it does not smell good on a hot August day. This is an example of an economic obsolescence. Nothing you can do about it. It is there. And that could affect in the value of the property. We used to have a classroom near this. And when I taught there in July, I would literally sit in my car, take a big deep breath, run out, get my bag, get my purse, and run in the building because I didn't want to breathe that air. Economic obsolescence. So again, the appraiser is going to look at depreciation, how the building is losing, or the structure, I should say, is going to lose value, various things around it, the various things that affect it. Also with the cost approach, the appraiser, again, we're still studying the structure. We've already put value on the land by using the sales comparison approach, right? So we put that off to the side. Now, obviously, they're spending a whole bunch more time on the structure, trying to find that value of the structure. So they need to determine the age life method. The age life method helps us, the appraiser, determine the effective age of a building. The effective age of a building is just how long you expect it to last before you start looking into major renovations. Normal wear and tear put aside, everyday maintenance put aside. We're talking major work. The economic life is the number of years in which the structure can remain effective. So they want to look at, for example, if they put 30 years on this, and we're not saying that in 31 years this building's going to fall down, but we're saying after 30 years, just because of its age and the work that needs to be done to it, it's going to start losing value. Buildings take maintenance. The older they get, the more they require, the more they take. And one of the more common methods to study the age and the life of a structure is called the straight line method. And accountants use this tool as well. Do I have any accountants on the call? No? Well, hang on, let me go to page 2. No, okay. So we'll see this again when we get to Unit 18, but what the straight line method does is it allows depreciation evenly throughout the life of the building. So let's say, for example, that we put an effective age, as we said earlier, of 30 years. What the straight line method says is that year 5, it's going to depreciate an amount, year 15, year 35, you guys with me, year 40, year 42. So every year it loses the same value. It depreciates the same value, straight line. So let's say, for example, that we put a cost on the building of $300,000. The building is worth $300,000. And we determine that its effective age is 30 years. So if I take 300,000, find my calculator, and take 300,000 divided by 30, I get $10,000. So what straight line depreciation says is that year 1, it depreciates $10,000. Year 5, it loses $10,000. Year 15, it loses $10,000. Year 30, every year for the next 30 years, it's going to depreciate $10,000. And that's what straight line depreciation says. Again, I'm not telling you the building's going to fall down on year 30, but I'm telling you it's losing its value. It's not like it was 30 years ago, or any of us, you know, so it loses that depreciation evenly. Look with me, if you will, in your book on page 448. And a couple of you don't have your cameras on. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not. So page 448 is our example of the cost approach. And you can see first we determine the value of the land, and the appraiser studied some site improvements. So there's a driveway, landscaping, etc. So the appraiser put a total value of the land of $35,000. Everybody see where I'm at? They determined their research, they determined the land as if it were vacant is worth $35,000. And then they study the structure. And they use the straight line, or excuse me, the square foot method. And using the square foot method, they came up with $97,500. And then they deducted things for depreciation. There's your physical depreciation, functional obsolescence, etc. Factoring out the depreciation of the building, they put a value of the building on $81,750. So now we have a value of the land of $35,000. We have a value of the building of $81,750. So how much is this property worth? $116,750. And again, that's all the cost approach is. Put a value on the land, put a value on the structure, putting value on them separately. Here's an illustration. Again, so you can see what happens. You start with the structure and the land, you start with the property, and then you separate them out. Again, evaluate the land as if it were vacant. Value the structure, add your improvements minus your depreciation. And once you have a cost, bring them back together. And for the appraiser, that gives them the cost approach. Remember we said yesterday that the appraiser needs to use as many of the 3 approaches as they can. So we've talked about 2 so far. We're going to talk about the 3rd. They can always consider the cost approach, always, because they can put value on the land. They can put value on the structure. They're going to put more weight on the cost approach when it's a special use property. Is it a church, a school, new construction? It's not simple averaging. It's weighted averaging, correlations, reconciliations. They can use the cost approach for anything they're trying to put value on. But they're going to use the cost approach, more weight on the cost approach when it's a special use property. Any questions on the cost approach? Somebody said paper plant, economic obsolescence, paper plant. Yeah, have you guys ever been to Canton North Carolina. It's up in the mountains. Cute little quaint town. Canton, North Carolina is a paper mill town. And it smells awful. Awful. I had a friend from college from there, and I went home with her one weekend, and oh God, what is that? And you know what she said? This is what worries me about people from Canton. She said, oh, don't worry, you'll get used to it after a while. I don't want to. I said, get me out of here before I do. Economic obsolescence, something to do with the outside environment that you cannot do anything about. You stayed at an Airbnb. They didn't mention. What a fun weekend. Oops. So talking about the appraiser's approaches to value, there's three of them. One is the sales comparison approach. Another one is the cost approach. The third approach to value that the appraiser may take is called the income capitalization approach. The income capitalization approach is the best approach for properties that produce an income. Rental properties, apartment buildings, retail centers, anybody that pays rent, basically, income producing properties. And the theory behind the income capitalization approach is that the value of the building, the value of the structure, can be based on how much rent we collect. How much rent I can collect can help us determine what the value of the property is. So you're studying the present worth to help us determine the future. Rent goes up and down. Yes, it fluctuates with the economy. Right now, rent is incredibly high. I don't know if any of you tried to rent an apartment or a house or anything recently. Rent has skyrocketed in this crazy market that we're in right now. Supply and demand. So the rental market today absolutely is going to affect real estate in the future using the income capitalization approach. Yeah, right. Does rent ever really go down? I know I was being nice. Hopefully it will after this market a little bit, but it follows the market. And right now it followed the market. It's jacked up. Appraiser using the income capitalization approach. If you are owning or thinking about owning income producing property, you're an investor, right? You're purchasing investment property so you can receive an income. And one thing that the appraiser and the investor care about that they determine is the investor's net operating income, also known as their NOI, net operating income. And what the NOI does is help the appraiser analyze the profitability of their income producing property. How profitable is my income producing property? The other thing that the appraiser with the income capitalization approach and the investor cares about is the capitalization rate, also known as the cap rate. And the investor's cap rate is just their rate of return. Bottom line to the appraiser, how much rent, bottom line to the investor, they're going to ask themselves, how much rent do I have to collect before I can pay off this debt, before I can pay off this building, before I can pay off this mortgage? How much rent do I have to collect? What's my rate of return? Investors, all investors have different rate of return, different capitalization rates. Let's say you're just starting out as an investor and you only have one investment property. All your eggs are in this basket. You have a very, very low tolerance, right? That one tenant moves out, they're not paying rent. How much are you collecting? Zero. Now, let's say you're an investor that's been at this for a long time and you have 40 income producing properties. Your risk isn't as low, is it? If you have 40 that are producing income and one moves out, you still have 39 other ones that can supplement that. So through the eyes of the investor, capitalization rate, net operating income, it's all subjective. It's up to, the individual. We're going to talk a little bit more about the investor in Unit 12. When determining the income capitalization approach, there's a formula. I'll give you guys just a minute to write this down. Please jot this down, and then we'll talk about it. Net operating income. Yep, net operating income. Net operating income, it just determines the profitability. How profitable are you? How much income did you produce? So the appraiser, in using the income capitalization approach to help determine the net operating income, will eventually help us determine value. So this is a two-part formula, so this is just one piece of it. I don't have a T-bar for this yet, so unfortunately you just got to memorize the formula. And the best way I know how to memorize formulas is just put it on a flashcard and ask yourself over and over and over again, how do I solve for net operating income? One way that may help you remember, and I heard this in when I took pre-licensing. Y'all like Oreos? Yeah. And one thing they always told me to remember to help us with this formula, if you can remember, poor Violet eats Oreos nightly, will help you remember the order of the problem. Poor Violet, I don't think Violet's doing too bad if she's eating Oreos every night, but poor Violet eats Oreos nightly, and that'll help you remember the order of the formula. So let's talk about what all this means. First off, y'all please write this down. This formula is always calculated annually. Through the eyes of the investor, they care about their annual figures. So when the problem gives you monthly figures, what are you going to do? They give you monthly, you need to times by 12. They give you monthly, you need to times by 12. This problem is always calculated annually. So let's break this down. Potential gross income, also known as PGI. Potential gross income is what I refer to as the dream. You're collecting 100% rent 100% of the time. Remember, it's an income producing property. So what potential gross income is, tell the investor and the appraiser, if you were to collect rent on time every month, what's the maximum you could collect this year? I call it the dream. 100% occupancy 100% of the time. From the PGI, we deduct vacancy and collection losses. If you have to take a tenant to court, for example, that would fall under collection losses. Unit 11 is all about the tenant-landlord relationship. So we'll talk more about why you would have to take a tenant to court, for example, when we get to Unit 11. From the PGI, we deduct our vacancy and collection losses, and that gives us our EGI, or our effective gross income. The EGI is the reality. The PGI is the maximum I can collect on this income producing property. The EGI is how much I'm actually collecting. Do I have everybody so far? PGI is the dream. EGI is the reality. From the EGI, we're going to deduct our operating expenses. Operating expenses are things like maintenance, janitorial, management, administrative, taxes. We're going to look at an example in just a second. One thing I need you guys to know, operating expenses do not include your debt service. What's your debt service? You guys are great. I see your mouths move. Your debt service is your principal and interest payment. That's right. Not your TI, just your PI. Your debt service is what you owe the bank. So your principal and in your interest. So operating expenses are going to include most things required to operate, except for your debt service. Deduct the effective gross income, your operating expenses from your EGI, and that's how we can determine our net operating income. Once we know our net operating income, now we can use the T-bar. Net operating income is part of the value. And I got an example we're going to work in just a second. So we're studying the net operating income as it relates to the value, as it relates to that capitalization rate. Capitalization rate is the rate of return. You need to know both of these formulas. This is going to be a two-step problem. Step one is to find the net operating income. Step two will be to find the value or cap rate. They'll give you the value or the cap rate. They're not going to give you the net operating income. They're going to expect you to find it based on the information provided in the problem. So before we work our example together, let's go page 452. 452. And we can see our formula worked out. You got potential gross income, annual income, $60,000. That means 100% capacity. Plus we got income from other sources. This property has a vending machine and something called a payphone. So they make a little bit of money there. So we determined that the total PGI, potential gross income, how much can we make on this building, is $60,600. This particular property averages a 4% vacancy and collection loss. From that $60,600, we deduct 4% to give us an EGI, $58,176. And then you can see there a whole slew of operating expenses. There's taxes and insurance, heat, maintenance, utilities, repairs, decorating, apparently, legal and accounting, advertising, management, pretty much anything you need to operate the building except for your debt service. We're going to bring the debt service back in. We will see this formula again in Unit 12, and we're going to talk about what to do with that debt service when we get to Unit 12. So we add up all of our operating expenses, get $27,300. Take your EGI minus your operating expenses. That gives you a net operating income of $30,876. The problem tells you there's a 10% capitalization rate and asks you what the value is. So if you're using the T-bar, if you want the formula, either way, you just divide. So the appraiser and the investor can determine that based on the rent, based on the income that I collect, we can value this building at $308,760. Income producing property, income capitalization approach is for properties that produce an income. Questions? Anybody have the formulas? Both of them written down? It's going to be a two-part. Okay. So here's a problem. Why don't you guys take a few minutes, see what you think. You want to share your answer to private chat with me. And then, of course, we'll talk about it. Cap rate is the rate of return. Yes, the investor's rate of return. Good morning. You got one more minute, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Each unit of a fourplex rents for $650 per month. Vacancy losses average 10% per year. Operating expenses are $1,300 per month. If the property is valued at $150,000, what is the investor's expected capitalization rate? So first off, always remember with these problems, we always solve them annually. So anytime they give you monthly figures, just multiply by 12. It's one thing, the first thing we need to do. So let's start at the top of the formula. And first, we need to find the potential gross income. I have 4 units that collect $650 a month. So when we're studying the whole building, what's my monthly income? Monthly, we expect to collect $2,600. 4 times 650 gives me $2,600. Monthly rent. However, I need to solve annually. So now that we have monthly, we can times it by 12 to get annual income of $31,200. And that is my PGI. Questions on how I got the PGI, potential gross income. This is the dream. If I collected rent from all 4 of these tenants every month this year, this is the max I can make on this property. From the PGI, I'm going to deduct my vacancy and collection losses. The problem tells me that we average 10% per year. 10% per year is $3,120. So when I deduct my 10%, that leaves me with an EGI of $28,080. We started with my dream, my PGI of 31,000. I deducted my average vacancy losses, collection losses, and now we have the reality. I could be making $31,200. I'm actually making $28,080. From there, I deduct my operating expenses. Again, the problem tells me that they are $1,300 per month, but I need to solve this annually. So we're going to also times that by 12 1,300 times 12 gives me 15,600. These are my operating expenses. And so we're going to deduct that. Operating expenses from my EGI to get my net operating income of $12,480. Good. Questions on how I got, step one is to find the net operating income. The problem's not going to give you that, but they are going to give you the information that you need to find it. Questions on how I got my net operating income of $12,480. Now that I know my net operating income, what's the problem asking me for? The problem is asking me for the capitalization rate. Now I can use my T-bar if you choose. I now know my net operating income. Net operating income is part of value, which means net operating income goes on top. The problem tells me that my building is valued at $150,000. And what I'm solving for is my capitalization rate. What does the back fourth line mean in the T-bar? Back fourth line means to divide. So you take $12,480, you divide by 150,000, and I get a capitalization rate of 0.0832. If I move my decimal over 2 places to the right, that gives me 8.32%. Your problem, your 4 answer choices will either be rate or percent. All 4 choices will either be the rate or all 4 choices will be the percent. They can't have both of these as a choice because we're saying the same thing. 0.8032 is the same as 8.32%. So we took the PGI minus your vacancy, annual PGI minus your vacancy to get the EGI minus your operating expenses. Again, the problem gives you monthly. So we have to times by 12 to get annual. That gives us our net operating income. And now I can use my T-bar to look at the net operating income as it relates to the value. To find, in this case, the capitalization rate. Again, it's going to give you the information you need to find the net operating income. So we need to know poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. And that's what I like about that, is it helps me what order to do it in. So as long as you know the PGI, vacancy, EGI, operating income, and NOI, then poor Violet will help you on how to keep that in order. Then the second piece, the problem will give you the value or the capitalization rate and ask you to find the other. Is this all the appraiser does? This is how the appraiser determines what the value is worth. Remember, the appraisers determine value. So in the appraiser's point of view, they'd be solving for X, right? They'd be solving for value based on the income that this property produces. What's its value? The investor may care about their capitalization rate. Again, we're going to build on this formula when we get to Unit 12. So put it on a flashcard, memorize this weekend. Y'all blow me away next week when I say, how do you find your net operating income? Because then we're going to take that a step further. So we're going to build on it just a little bit next week in Unit 12. Questions on the formula? Questions on this problem? Another tool that the investor has, this isn't an appraiser's tool, but another tool that the investor has that they may consider when deciding to buy an income producing property is something called the gross rent multiplier, or the GRM, as I like to call it, GRM. And when the investor may use the GRM is when, again, they're trying to decide, is it worth my money? Is it worth my rate of return to purchase this income producing property? But maybe the investor that's thinking about buying it doesn't know the potential gross income. Maybe they don't know the vacancy. Maybe they don't know the operating expenses. Maybe they don't know the things that they need. Maybe the owner's not willing to share that. So they need some way to determine if this is a good, and what they can use is the germ, because the germ relates the sales price to the rent that they expect to collect. So if the investor is thinking about buying, they got to crunch their numbers and make sure it's worth their time and money. And if they don't know the actual figures of the income capitalization approach, then they may rely on the germ to help them determine if it's worth their investment. And all they do when determining the germ is take the sales price and divide it by the rental income. Typically, for investors, if they're looking at residential property, that rental income will be monthly. If they're looking at commercial, that rental income will be annual. So monthly for residential, annual for commercial. You take the sales price divided by the rental income, and what this tells the expected income, and what this tells the investor, how many payments do I have to make before I get my money back? How much rent do I have to collect? Annual for commercial, monthly for residential. How many payments do I have to collect rent before I make my money back? And that's what the germ helps the investor with. Okay. All right, back to the appraiser. Let's put our appraiser's hat back on. Let's finish this up. So the appraiser's done 3 approaches. Any of the 3 approaches that they can do. Can almost always do the cost approach. If it's resale, single family, or land, they can do the sales comparison approach. If it's income producing property, they can do the income capitalization approach. They're going to do as many of the 3 as they can to help them determine their opinion of the value. Again, they're going to put the most weight on the type of property that it is. And once they do all their research and they do their findings, then they do their reconciliation process. And that's the process of analyzing and weighing the different approaches. Again, the weight, when we refer to weight, we're putting the weight on the type of property that it is. So if it's a resale, they're going to have more weight on the sales comparison approach. If it's an income producing property, they're going to put more weight. They're going to have more value to that approach based on the type of property. One thing they never do is use simple averaging. You just don't add it up, divide by 3, and say, this is my cost. They do their reconciliation. So hold your place in the book. And let's go back to our teeny tiny appraisal on page 441. Now that we know what we know, let's look at this again. Remember, the black bar on the left-hand side gives us the different categories. So our appraisal on 441, again, there's the subject property, the property that the appraiser is trying to put value on. The contract information, the neighborhood area information, the site, the actual land that the property is located on, any improvements to the property. Over to page 442 is their sales comparison approach. Obviously, this was a resale property. They looked at 123 Colorado Lane in Durham. And then they compared it. They found 3 good comps. They made adjustments to the comps to match the subject. Never adjust the subject. Always adjust the comps to match the subject. Skip over real quick. Page 443, about halfway down, you see the cost approach. So they were able to separate the land from the structure, put value on the land as if it were vacant, then put value on the structure. Under that is income. And you'll note that's blank. Why is that blank? What that tells me is this isn't a property that produces an income. So they weren't able to do the income capitalization approach. So when we say they're going to do as many as they can, in this case, they did 2. They did the sales comparison approach and the cost approach. And then back to page 442 at the very bottom, they did their reconciliation. With the sales approach, they put on 265. For the cost approach, 265,516. This resale property got more weight. The sales comparison approach got more weight. And the very last sentence there is the value, the opinion of the appraiser, $265,000 as of August 25th, 2016. Remember, appraisals are only good for today. Lenders will use them for up to 6 months, but they're only good for today. So the appraisal, the value of this property today is $265,000. This number can change tomorrow. Again, let's go back up 442, our sales comparison approach. I got 3 good comps there, right? If one of those comps closed 6 months ago, in a couple weeks from now, that comp may fall off and we may not be able to use it. And then 2 weeks later, another property is going to close. So comps change as the market moves and properties keep closing. So that's why we say it's only good for today. The lender will use it for up to 6 months. Questions? Okay. Let's go take our first break. When we come back, we're wrapping up unit 17. Are we back? Later on, I am taking attendance. Oh, just popped in. I got you. Nope, you just popped in too. You guys are coming on right at the right time. Still not a bad idea to tell me just in case. So I know. Okay, let's finish up unit 17 so we can take our appraiser's hat off. One thing I want to point out in your book, and I know I get asked about this a lot. I think we got asked about this before already. Look on page 454. About halfway down, little over halfway down under notes, on page 454, it talks about an AVM or an automated valuation method. You guys see that, AVMs? You guys probably know these better as Zestimates. So a Zestimate, any computer generated valuation is considered an AVM. It's an automated valuation method. And these typically may not be the best way for appraisers or me and you to determine value or probable sales price. Because what the AVMs do, again, it's computer generated. Humans aren't involved. So what the AVM do is it identifies a subject property. That's the dot that you're looking at. And it identifies a subject property. And then it does a search. And that search might be, for example, 1/4 mile. So they might do a 1/4 mile radius search. And what the AVM says is anything that closed within the last 6 months within this 1/4 mile radius search is going to be included in the AVM. Everything that closed within the last 6 months, condos, resales, mansions, commercial, they don't put any other criteria on it other than what closed in the last 6 months in this 1/4 mile, or maybe they go 1/2 mile or a mile or whatever. So again, the computer is determining this. You know, it might give you an idea of closed value in the area, but again, it doesn't specialize type of property or number of bedrooms or square footage or acres or anything like that. So while some people rely on AVMs, a lot of others will tell you that these are not the accurate way. You need to have a human touch. You need to have a human sales comparison approach, cost approach, and or income capitalization approach as they see fit, as they see applicable. So there's your Zestimates. Okay. All right. Take your appraiser's hat off. We're done acting like appraisers. We get to be brokers again. Y'all want to be a broker again for a minute? Real estate agent in training. So let's bring home one more time. Let's talk one more time about our BPOs and CMAs, particularly what the Real Estate Commission has to say about us performing BPOs and CMAs. You don't need to know these numbers. What you do need to know is that handling and preparing and doing BPOs and CMAs is covered under both license law and commission rule. We'll see this again briefly when we look at our license law and commission rule next week. The Real Estate Commission reminds us that we don't get to determine value. We don't get to say the word value. If you want to say the word value, you need to sign up for appraiser school. We cannot determine this value, particularly for the purposes of making a mortgage loan. A licensed appraiser is the one that's determining value for the lender, so they know how much to lend. So they know how much loan to issue on this property. The Real Estate Commission says that when we perform BPOs and CMAs, they got to be in writing. We can't just verbalize our opinion on probable sales price. Only a full broker can do a BPO for a fee. As a provisional broker, you have a few limitations. We're going to talk more about the provisional broker when we get the license law and commission. But remember, we said in order to activate, you have to affiliate with a BIC. And again, we'll talk more about that process next week. Once you affiliate with a BIC as a provisional broker, you can do just about everything that a full-blown broker can do because you're under the supervision of a broker in charge. One thing you can't do as a provisional broker is charge a fee. The full broker is the only one that can charge a fee for a BPO. Remember, nobody can charge a fee when you're asked to do a CMA as part of your services, as part of your broker services. I'm actually referencing license law and commission rule. We'll see page numbers next week when we get there. So can a provisional broker do a BPO? Can you do a BPO? Yes. You can't charge a fee to do it. Everybody good? And nobody, I don't care who you are, can charge a fee as part of our general broker services. So in other words, when the seller looks at you and says, what do you think my house will sell for? You can't say, well, cut me a check for $250 and we'll talk. That's just part of your job, is helping the seller determine list price. That's just part of your job to help the buyer determine how much to offer. We cannot charge an additional fee. And again, we're only referring to estimated, probable sales price or probable lease price if you're in property management. So we leave this unit with one of my favorite comics. I guess it's supposed to be a comic, but it's so true. Real estate. And remember what we said yesterday, that value is in the eye of the beholder. And this last piece really, really illustrates that, I think. Good. It's in the eyes of the beholder, isn't it? You, the seller, you have value in your home. Look at your nice home as a seller. The lender just sees it as something else. The buyer sees it, but not as much value in it as what you do, the owner, the appraiser, my goodness. And then look at that tax assessor down there. Cha-ching, 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 aren't they? Value is in the eye of the beholder. Guys, please remember, especially when you start working with sellers, to the seller, this is their home. To everybody else in the world, it's just a house. So keep that in mind. Values in the eye of the beholder. And that gets us through 17. Those key terms are back on page 433. Key point review, 457. Your student quiz, 459. Once again, as we go into the weekend, I really like the key point review. It's the summary, it's the Cliff's Notes. If you're going through the key point review and you know what this, then you can explain this, this, and this. You get to something in the key point review and you say, what the heck is that? Go back, dig deeper, kind of use it as your summary. It's a review. And then, of course, the student quiz. The math in this unit, the math I think we need to most focus on is the sales comparison approach, adjusting our comps to match the subject. And then we need to know how to find value or the capitalization rate. So we'll need to know the formula for the net operating income. So the math, the math concepts in unit 17. These are the numbers, the 50 problems in the back of the book. These are the numbers that relate to unit 17 math. And then learn, test, pass. I got some extra practice in there for you guys. I am going to point something out in just 1 second once I make sure you guys have all this, because I got a good exercise. I consider it a good exercise. for you guys in Learn Test Pass to help you better understand the sales comparison approach. So once you guys get these numbers jotted down, we'll run into Learn Test Pass real quick. Everybody good? Jotted down? Anybody not good? In Learn Test Pass, under the Unit 17 material, I have a sales comparison approach worksheet. And this gives you the subject property. It's told you it's located at 231 Thomas Drive, tells you the information about it. And then if I go down to the bottom, I can see the values. We've already given you that information. So I tell you what a bedroom's worth, bathroom, garage, etc. And then this gives you 7 comparables, 7 comps. And we're not going to use all 7 of these. But I think what a good exercise is for you guys to go through each comp, compare it to the subject, determine which comps you think are better. This is your opinion, right? So, I mean, there's really no wrong answer here. It's your opinion. Hence the sales comparison approach. It's one person's opinion. There are some on here that I think are better than others. For example, remember what we said, if it's not closed yet, if it's just under contract, I don't know yet what a buyer was willing to pay for it until it closes. So we can't use it as a comp if it's not closed. Everybody with me? So again, just kind of going through these comps and studying them and seeing if it would be a good comp for this subject. And I think this would be a good exercise for you guys to do to help get that sales comparison approach. I have also included my solutions, the comps that I selected and the adjustments that I made. So again, I'm not right or wrong. This is just my opinion based on the comps that I've studied. So you can just kind of use this to see how I would interpret this if I were doing a sales comparison approach. And again, for me, it's just so helpful to have nice, neat columns and rows so I can actually see the material. I can do a nice side-by-side comparison on, bedrooms and square footage. Questions on Unit 17? All right. Very big, deep breath. Here we go to 13. 13 is our property insurance, and everybody note the word basic. I'm not in homeowners insurance agent school. We got homeowners insurance that can handle this. They're licensed. They can answer the questions. We're just here to have a very basic understanding. Unit 13 is pretty short, sweet, and to the point. So it won't take us long to get through this. It might be helpful if you want to wear a different hat today, if you want to put on your homeowners insurance agent hat. Again, we're not in school. We're just focusing on the basics. Just a little history about this unit. The education department at the Real Estate Commission started a little over 40 years ago. And when they started a little over 40 years ago, they had property insurance and pre-licensing. And then at some point, they took it out. They said it's not necessary for us as brokers to know insurance. 4 years ago, something like that, they added it back. And I will tell you why when I get to the one slide, why I think it's important in practice that they added this whole unit back. Again, you guys, we're going to get through this one pretty quickly. 1 or 2 test questions from Unit 13. I'm going to cover the highlights. I'm going to cover the basics. And then we can take our homeowners insurance hat off. So in this unit, very basic, we're going to talk about the different types of homeowners insurance. There's a couple issues that we need to explain. And the first thing I think that we need to do in Unit 13, starting on page 352, is just define some words. Insurance is the bilateral agreement between the two parties. Insurance is the bilateral contract between the two parties. Insurance transfers the risk from the individual homeowner to the insurance agent. The insurer is the insurance company. The insurer is the insurance company. The one that is insured then is the homeowner. Insurer is the insurance company. Insured is the homeowner. Basically, the bilateral contract says the insured agrees to pay the insurer for insurance. And if something bad happens, the insurer will reimburse the insured. That's the gist of homeowners insurance. If you're purchasing a home and you're using a lender, if you're purchasing a home and you're using a lender, homeowners insurance is required. Period. End of story. The lender will not approve the loan until you have homeowners insurance. If you drop it while you own the property, the insurance company will, they could threaten you with foreclosure. They could threaten to provide you with their own homeowners insurance policy. How expensive do you think that's going to be? If you're a cash buyer or the property is paid in full, in other words, if a lender's not involved, homeowners insurance is highly recommended. It's only required if a lender is in the picture. And your insurance premium is the consumer's cost. The premium is the cost of the insured, the cost of coverage. Still on page 352, property insurance, also known as casualty insurance. This is what protects the insured from damage caused to their property. Property insurance, also known as casualty insurance, is what protects the insured for damage caused to their property. Liability insurance protects the insured from losses or damages caused to or by third parties. Somebody comes onto your property and does something, a third party, or somebody worse comes onto your property and gets hurt. That's what liability insurance is for. Package then combines the two. Package insurance combines property and liability. There are several different types of homeowners insurance policies. These are on your book on page 353 over to 354. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I am going to pull out some of the more popular ones, some of the more commonly used ones. Again, you got the whole list in your book. The most common policy is the HO3. The reason that this one is the most common is because this is the one that provides the coverage that the lender requires. So in other words, the lender's not going to allow you to get any insurance. They do have a standard. They do have a minimum requirement for insurance. So if you're buying a house, or let's say you're helping somebody buy a house, you're an agent, you're working with a buyer, and we go under contract, you get them under contract, yay, you do your little mini celebration, and you're sending the contract to the lender and the attorney so they can start doing their things. And remember, the lender's now starting the loan application. They're starting their process. So we have the conversation with our buyer to help keep those gears turning. We tell our buyers to make the lender a priority. Whatever the lender needs, get it to them so they can get that thing to underwriting so we can get an answer while we're still in due diligence. Okay. Once your buyer has satisfied the lender's first round of criteria, go ahead and get them shopping for homeowners insurance. Go ahead and get them shopping around. Again, you guys, if we find out that the homeowners insurance is going to be more than their maximum monthly payment, If that tips them over the top, then they're not going to get loan approval. So have them shop around while we're still in due diligence, and have them shop around. Tell them to talk to a couple different insurance agents so they have something to compare. Once they decide on which policy they want, the lender and the insurance agent will connect, and they will do their thing kind of behind the scenes. The lender's got to approve it. We got to talk money. How much is it? A month, this year, that kind of thing. So once your borrower says, this is the insurance company I want to use, then we connect the agent and the lender so the lender can approve it, make sure that it offers the minimum coverage, and make sure that the borrower is still within their allowable monthly payment. Another pretty common policy is the HO4. This is your renter's insurance. If you don't own the home that you live in, you should have a renter's policy, an HO4 policy. This covers your stuff. So if you have a landlord and a tenant, the building, the structure, the property itself actually has two types of insurance. It has an HO3 to cover the structure, and then it has an HO4 for the tenant to cover their stuff. HO4 may also cover any damage that the tenant may cause to the rented property. When it comes to that third bullet point, I say call your insurance agent, read your policy. So HO3 is going to protect the structure and the property. HO4 is protecting the tenant's stuff. If you have a landlord and a tenant situation, you're going to should have both policies. Another one that's just a little different is the HO6. And this is the policy for condo owners. And why this one is different, remember, condo owners don't own land. Condo owners only own sheetrock to sheetrock, right? Wall to wall. So the HO6 just covers the personal properties and the fixtures inside. It does not cover anything outside. There's going to be a separate insurance policy on the property that the HOA will manage, and they will divvy that cost up as part of their HOA dues and pass it on to the residents. So the common areas, the building itself, the structure, etc., will all have a separate policy that the homeowners association is responsible for. Condo owners are walls in ownership. Walls in ownership. Defining some more words over on page 354. A condition is your limitation on coverage. Any limitation that you may have on your coverage is known as a condition. An example of that is vacant properties. We're going to talk about vacant properties in just a second, so please hang on to that. An endorsement is a rider. An endorsement is coverage for something that's not normally covered. If you add an endorsement or a rider to your policy, you might be doing that to cover, for example, rare valuables, maybe antiques, for example. If you have something that's not normally covered, rare, valuable antiques, you could add an endorsement to cover that. And then an exclusion is a loss due to specific events. For example, most homeowners insurance policy do not provide coverage of loss due to war or acts of terrorism. That's an exclusion. That is a really good question for your insurance agent. I'm not going to lie. When it comes to this unit, by the time we're done, y'all are going to know what I know. Literally. So your buyer goes under contract. You tell your buyer, once they've satisfied the lender's first round of criteria, you tell them to go ahead and start shopping for insurance. The endorsement that covers something that's not normally covered. Grandma's antique jewelry. You may want to get an endorsement on that. So your buyer goes under contract and they satisfy the lender's first round of criteria, get them the paperwork, the documents, whatever they need. And then you tell your buyer to start shopping around for homeowners insurance. Once they talk to, a couple of different agents, what the homeowners insurance agent is going to study for the homeowner is something known as a CLUE report. CLUE stands for Comprehensive Loss Underwriting Exchange. Any claim you make on your insurance or any claim that has been made on the property is going to show up under the CLUE report. It's a database that collects the reports, the claims made, and it studies the last 7 years. Not all people and not all properties are easily insurable because your claims history stays with you. Again, this is another reason why I want my buyer to shop around while we're still in due diligence. I don't know their claims history, and I certainly don't know the property's claims history, but the agent does through the CLUE report. The insurance agent does through the CLUE report. So it's just a database. If you have a high amount of claims, or if there's been a high amount of claims on the property, I'm not saying you can't get insurance. What I am telling you is you're probably going to have to pay for it. So again, if that required insurance payment sets the borrower over their allowed monthly payment, then they're not going to get loan approval. So we want to know this while we're still in due diligence. I can't say this enough. Nobody likes to terminate a contract. That is not a good day. However, as a buyer's agent, if we must terminate, the best thing I can do is terminate while we're in due diligence so I can get them their earnest money back. Okay. It's of my opinion, and this is only that, my opinion. Remember I said this section was in pre-licensing and then they took it out and then they brought it back. It's of my opinion that this slide right here, this conversation right here, is why they brought it back into pre-licensing. You guys are ahead of the game right now of many agents that are in the industry right now that never had insurance basics. At some point, your seller needs to move out. At some point before settlement, the seller needs to move out. And when that home is vacant, a vacant home is one that is completely empty. It has no people. It has no personal property. Vacant homes tend to be higher risk than occupied homes. Vacant homes have a higher chance of vandalism, damage, theft. Every once in a while, you hear about somebody breaking into a property and getting the copper wires, for example. Vacant homes have a much greater chance of that than an occupied home. When your seller's moving out, and this is why I think this whole unit was brought back into pre-licensing, as the listing agent, when your seller's moving out, we need to encourage them to call their insurance company and report to their insurance company that the home is vacant. Can I make anybody do anything? No. Am I going to document this conversation with my seller? Yes. There's a really good chance their policy could go up for that period of time that it's vacant. However, failure to report that it's vacant, if something happens, insurance isn't going to cover it. So that's why we need to have a conversation with our sellers. When you move out, tell your insurance agent that you're not living there anymore. Now, if they're moving out, the day of closing or the day before, but if it's a couple weeks, I absolutely have this conversation with my sellers. And I tell them, you may have a higher premium for those 2 weeks or month or whatever. But if damage or theft or vandalism happens to the property and you do not report it, insurance isn't going to touch it. New builds in construction neighborhood, absolutely. Builders have a policy, homeowners, well, it wouldn't be homeowners, but they have an insurance policy because sometimes things happen in new construction. There's a, my High Point people, there's a, something new being constructed on 68 next to the pediatric dentist down by the dam, if you know what I speak of. And we had a storm come through a couple months ago, and it was like, you know, sticks. It was still the framework. And that storm came through and damaged, knocked it all down. So they basically had to start over. That builder, hopefully, would have been covered for his loss, for their losses. Compare a vacant property to an unoccupied. Unoccupied, the property is left, there's still personal property there. So unoccupied is just missing the people. Everything is theirs if they're going to return. Think about a vacation home, for example. If you have a vacation home and you only see it once a month or a couple times a year, or the rest of the times it's unoccupied. Again, the suggestion for an unoccupied is to report that to your insurance agent. With unoccupied, I don't know if your policy is going to go up or not, but I would err on the side of caution and still report that you're only living there, you know, X amount during the year. I have an uncle, we call him a snowbird. We call him a snowbird because he lives 6 months out of the year in Pennsylvania, and he lives 6 months out of the year in Florida. So at any time of the year, he's got an unoccupied home. May that be in Pennsylvania or Florida. That's a heck of a way to dodge Pennsylvania winters, if you ask me. I like that retirement plan. Go south, go where it's warm. So something happens after closing and the home is vacant before the new buyer moves in. What happens then? Well, at closing, the buyer's now the owner, right? So we go to closing and settlement, the buyer buys the property. They have an insurance policy that's going to kick in. So that's a great point. If you know your buyer's not moving in right away, maybe they are moving from an out of town, out of state or something, and they won't be here for a month or so. That's a great point. Have that conversation with your buyer as well, so they can let their insurance company know, look, the first year I live here, or the first month I live here, it's going to be vacant. That's our responsibility, you guys, is having these conversations. And thank you for that. That's a great point. But that's our responsibility as agents, is to have these conversations with our buyers and sellers once we know the property is going to be vacant. And just to reiterate what I said, are you going to document having this conversation with your buyer and seller that you suggested that they call their insurance company and you told them why you thought that was important? Yes, that's how you protect yourself. So if you're face to face, or this conversation happens over the phone, you go home and you follow up with an email talking about, per our conversation, call your insurance company and tell them that it's vacant. We talked about, when we looked at our offer to purchase and contract, we looked at the risk of loss provision, standard form 2T. Remember, until the property closes, it's still the seller's property. So the risk of loss is on the seller. They are still the homeowner. I've had a couple occasions, listing agent, we go under contract and my sellers say, I'm going to call my insurance company and cancel. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. You still own the property. I know you're trying to save money, but it's still yours. Even though you have a buyer under contract, that's still no guarantee. So we got to encourage them to keep homeowners insurance on the property until closing. The risk of loss provision in the offer to purchase and contract also says that if the property is damaged while we're under contract, destroyed or damaged, the buyer may terminate. If the house burns down or the tree falls on it while we're under contract, the buyer has choices. They can either terminate and get their earnest money and due diligence back, or they can proceed with closing, get the property and the seller's insurance proceeds to rebuild. If I were a buyer's agent and we were under contract and the house burned down, and my buyer's going to look at me and say, what should I do? Before they make a decision, I would encourage my buyer to contact their attorney and possibly the seller's insurance agent. I would encourage them to do some research and get some more information before they made a decision about whether or not to terminate. And that's that risk of loss provision in our offer to purchase and contract. So let's think this through. Let's pretend that we're going to settlement and closing today. Yay, it's a good day when we go to settlement. I like closing day. Most everybody does. It's usually a good day. So we go to settlement and closing today. Listing agents have told their seller to keep their policy on through the day of closing. Lender will require the buyer's policy to start on the day of closing. So what I'm telling you is on the day of settlement and closing, the home may be doubly insured. So what happens if the house burns down on the day of closing? I have a feeling now that we're looking for a time stamp. What time did the house burn down and what time was the deed recorded? Because remember, it officially changes hands when that deed gets recorded. So neither insurance company want to pay, right? Neither insurance company want to deal with that. Let's face it. So who's responsible? It depends on who owned the property when the house burned down or when the tree fell. So it's going to come down to what time was that deed recorded. Questions so far? So what does this mean for us? Again, we need to talk to our property owners. I've always thought of the example of listing agents talking to sellers, but that's a fantastic point about talking to your buyers if they're not going to move in right away. Talk to your clients if it's going to be vacant and encourage them to reach out to their insurance company and report that it's vacant. And then I would err on the side of caution and tell your seller, you've got to keep homeowners insurance until we close. And then we're going to document these conversations. The other CYA. I'm not calling my attorney. I'm not calling my accountant. I'm covering my assets. Also in our contract, it talks about possession of the property when the buyer can move in. Typically, possession happens after the deed's recorded. That's when the buyer gets key and access to the property. However, the parties may agree to possession before or after closing. So they may agree to buyer possession before closing or seller possession after closing. I have forms for both of these. Both of these are in the Unit 10 forms if you want to peruse through them. We talked about these briefly in Unit 10, but we're bringing these up again because now we're in the insurance unit. In either case, buyer moves in while it's still the seller's property, or buyer closes, becomes the owner, and the seller remains. In either case, one party is acting as the landlord, the other party is acting as the tenant. Whomever owns the property needs homeowners insurance. Whomever's renting the property needs renter's insurance. And that's one big thing that both of these forms, buyer possession before closing and seller possession after closing, is addresses. Big, bold, all caps. Both parties must contact their insurance agents. Tell them who you are you the landlord or the tenant, and make sure that you're properly covered. Questions? Is anybody an insurance agent? Again, every once in a while I get one. You are? Oh, good. Good. That's a whole different school. It's a whole different test, isn't it? One thing at a time, guys. Another big thing that comes up with homeowners insurance is if the property is in a flood zone. If the property is in a flood zone, it's susceptible to flooding, and flood insurance may be required. Flood insurance is regulated by FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency. FEMA is not just out there to collect insurance. FEMA's purpose is to help reduce the impact of flooding, maybe try to relay the land, for example, to prevent future flooding, maybe work with the community, see if there's something we can do. So again, they're not just out there collecting flood insurance money. They do try to help as well. We are encouraging our buyers to shop around for homeowners insurance because not all homeowners insurance agents are created equally. They all have different quotes, different prices, different fees. So that's why we encourage them to shop around. However, when it comes to flood insurance, this is a one size fits all. The insurance agents are regulated by FEMA. How much they can charge is determined and regulated by FEMA. That price does not fluctuate. So if the property requires flood insurance, what your buyer's shopping around for, what they're getting different quotes on, is the homeowner's insurance. Flood insurance should be the same. And insurance agents use a formula, if you will, not a formula you guys need to know, but look with me on page 358. So how much flood insurance the insurance agent will charge is based on the factors, those bullet points at the top of page 358. What's the year of the building occupancy, number of floors, location of its contents, location to a flood zone, a flood risk. If there's a river or a creek or a stream, we know what a good fast summer rainstorm. Have we seen it rise, creeks, streams, rivers rapidly? So they want to look at the location to the structure to that body of water. And again, they take all this information and they put it in some kind of algorithm, and beep, boop, boop, it tells you the cost of flood insurance for this property. All regulated by FEMA. It's coming that way, isn't it, Demetri? We'll talk about that 100-year plan in just a second. But yeah, it's coming. It's starting to come that way. I think it's also important that brokers understand, just because some of the property might be in a flood zone, what the insurance agents are looking for is how close to the structure. So you might have a huge 5-acre property where the very tippy top has a creek or a river, but it might be 4.5 acres away from the house. So the house may not require insurance because the creek is at the other end of the property. When you're working with buyers, you can go to FEMA's website. You can pull a map up, a flood map on various websites. But that can kind of give you an idea before you present the offer, especially if your buyer is close to maxing out of their allowable monthly payment. Because I'm here to tell you, and for those of you that know, you know, flood insurance is not cheap. And if the property requires flood insurance and you're close to your maximum allowable payment, flood insurance could tip you over the top. If you go over, you're not going to get home loan approval. So me personally, before I present an offer, I put my eye on this map just to get an idea, understanding I'm not FEMA, I'm not an insurance agent, I'm not a flood expert, but just to give them an idea of whether or not it's in that flood zone or not. So what that map does is it identifies different flood hazard zones. Areas that are prone to flooding. And again, things that they look at. Where's the location of the improvement? How far away from that body of water is it? If the lender or the insurance agent has questions, has concerns, they may require a survey. They may require a surveyor to come out there and help them determine the areas that are prone to flooding, the areas that are in the flood zone. So here's just a map. My Winston-Salem people, this slide actually makes me a little sad. If we were in person, if we were face to face, we would be here, but we're not, so we're here. Anyway, my Winston people, this is Stratford Road. This is Knollwood. Here's 421, now known as Salem Parkway. Over here is Thruway. Chick-fil-A is right there, help you get your bearings. Look at everybody smile when I say Chick-fil-A. What are we doing for lunch today? Did I just solve that for you? So, yeah. So if we were buying this property, for example, this is what the flood map gives us. Now, once you cross Salem Parkway, you're in a residential area. And when you get back here, and there's a little creek that runs back through here. And because this creek runs through this residential area, it's identifying this. You guys see this? This is in the flood zone. So if you were helping your buyer buy like this house right here, I personally would have a flag go up because there's a good chance. There we go. That's what I wanted. There's a good chance that this property may be in a flood zone. So that's what the map, I'm not making any claims. I'm not telling you it is. I'm not telling you got to pay. I'm just looking at a map and I'm saying, gee, that's awfully close to an area that's designated as a flood zone. And this flood map changes. It updates on a regular basis. They use the terminology of 100-year floodplain, and this terminology has absolutely nothing to do with 100 years. What the 100-year floodplain says, if an area is in a 100-year floodplain, that's what they're saying is that there's a 1% chance that it will flood each year. And this is why maps update. If we get a year, 2018 comes to mind and it sticks in my mind for various reasons. We got a lot of rain in 2018. We had like the tail end of 2 hurricanes that came through. We broke records in 2018. After 2018, there were areas that were not in a floodplain. 2018 hit, and now they're in a floodplain because now they have a chance. Once it floods, now you have a chance. And that's what we're referring to with the 100-year floodplain. I'm not saying it's going to flood once every 100 years. We're saying there's a 1% chance that it'll flood annually. So again, when you're working with buyers and sellers, there's, FEMA is a good place to find them at, various websites. But it doesn't hurt. It's part of your due diligence for your clients, just to put your eye on it, help educate them on the property. If the insurance agent or the lender suspects it's in a flood zone or finds out it is, again, they very may well require a survey. So that would be another cost that your buyer would have to absorb. Questions? Okay. Yeah, flood insurance is not cheap. All right, so let's go ahead and take our break. And when we come back, we're going to wrap up Unit 13. We're close. We're going to talk about our responsibility in Unit 13. So let's take 10. Oh. We got you, Winston. We'll protect you. All right. We're back. Let's take attendance and then we're going to wrap up unit 13. Short, sweet, and to the point. We kind of like those units, don't we? Especially after some of the, like 7, for example. All right. So I am taking attendance. Gotcha. We're in transition there for a second, but I got you. That's what it shows. Sid, you may want to try it, log out, log back in real quick. See if that works. That's my IT solution. Restart. That's what I know to do. All right. And most of the time it works, doesn't it? You just got to restart. All right. So to wrap up our insurance unit, again, let's just bring it home about what this means to us. What does this unit mean to us? Well, we need to be on the lookout for the property. Property is near a flood zone. It's a material fact. So if it's, excuse me, if it's in a flood zone, then it's a material fact. So if you're listing the property, we probably need to ask the seller some questions, possibly look at the map before you list it. Once it's in a flood zone, we need to notify. In the Triad MLS, there's a field. Is the property in a flood zone? So we don't even have to add verbiage to the remarks. We can just fill out our input sheet. In the Triad MLS, again, I cannot speak for other MLSs. And the other big thing that we need to do is recognize signs of possible flooding. So my red flag is going up when I see a creek or a stream or a river near the structure, somewhere on the property, pond, lake, you know, any kind of body of water. That's when I should have a flag go up. And that flag tells me that I need to investigate a little bit further, ask some questions, look at the map, that kind of thing. Also, for us as the broker, listing agents, we need to have the discussion with our sellers, make sure they understand that they keep coverage until that new deed is recorded. The seller, the risk of loss is on the seller while they are still the owner of record. So have your sellers have this conversation. Like we said, buyer's agents, we need to talk to our buyers about that policy while we are still in due diligence. So once we get the lender's first round of criteria satisfied, get them going on shopping around for homeowners insurance. And the other point that we learned today, if your buyer's not moving in right away, they need to notify that it's going to be vacant for, you know, a couple weeks, month, whatever, how long. Questions? Key terms on page 351. Key point review 359. And then a brief student quiz 361. Again, look this over unit. No, look this unit over. Don't spend all your study time in unit 13. Fair enough? Everybody good? Everybody have this? Okay. Bear with me just 1 minute. I need to stop sharing. I gotta switch out my PowerPoints. I don't know why Zoom does not like me having more than one PowerPoint up at a time, but it doesn't. It doesn't work right. So while I'm doing this, if you guys want to start in your books, we're going to move on to unit 11. So I will be on page 310. Once I get this up, page 310. Go back and get you guys. Unit 11 is our landlord and tenant unit. 11 is the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. 12 is when we bring the agent in. The agent in this situation would be known as the property manager. So first, we're going to talk about the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. And one thing we're going to learn in this unit, a lot of this stuff that we talk about applies whether or not a licensed broker is involved or not. So if it's an unlicensed landlord and an unlicensed tenant, a lot of these rules and acts that we're getting ready to talk about still apply. And then in unit 12, we'll bring in the agent, the property management, and how that role plays with the landlord and the tenant. So first, the relationship between the landlord and the tenant in this unit, we're going to explain something called a leasehold estate. We're going to talk about some basic characteristics of a lease, and then we're going to describe the different types of leases and their purposes. So to get us started in Unit 11 on page 310, we're first going to start defining some words. The lease is the bilateral contract between the two parties. Bilateral contract, bilateral agreement between the landlord and the tenant. The landlord is the lessor or the giver of the lease. The tenant is the lessee or the receivee of the lease. Remember our ors and es. So the landlord is the lessor. The tenant is the lessee. When it comes to the terms of the lease between the landlord and the tenant, anything's negotiable. Anything's negotiable. The parties can agree to whatever the parties want to agree to. Y'all remember way back in Unit 2? In Unit 2, we talked about something called a freehold estate. Well, actually, let's back up. In Unit 2, we talked about an estate. And we first started talking about defining an estate. And we defined an estate using just one word. Why don't you guys remind me in a private chat what that one word, just one word. Your response in the chat is one word. There's one word that we can use to describe, to define an estate. Bunch of question marks. Not a single explanation point. Okay, so the one word that we used to define an estate is an interest. When you have an estate, when you're deciding what type of estate you have, bottom line, we're figuring out what's your interest in the property. So in Unit 2, I introduced you guys to a freehold estate or an interest of ownership. So remember, we talked about fee simple absolute, fee simple defeasible, and our various life estates. Those are freehold. Those are estates of ownership, an ownership interest. The other type of estate that we mentioned and said we would get to is the leasehold estate. Leasehold estate can also be known as a non-freehold. So freehold, non-freehold, non-freehold is our leasehold. And the interest that you have in a leasehold estate is that of possession. You have been given the right to live there. You have been given the right to possess the property. That's your interest, is possession. Now there's a couple different types of leasehold estates, and we will talk about these next, so hang on to that for just a second. If you have a landlord-tenant situation, the property has two types of interests. It has two types of estates, doesn't it? If you're if you're the tenant, you have the right to be there, leasehold estate by possession. Your landlord has the freehold estate. They have that ownership interest. To go off book just for 1 second, make sure we get the terminology. With the two different types of estates, there's a privative estate, which is the legal relationship between parties whose estates constitute one estate in law. And then the privity of contract. Contracts are only binding on the parties of the contract. And what we need to know about this is that this is the relationship between the leasehold and the freehold. And when I talk about that relationship, we're referring to the tenant as the leasehold interest and the landlord as the freehold interest, freehold estate. So the privity estate creates that legal relationship. Privity of contract says the two are only binding to each other if they have a binding contract. We'll look at our different types of lease contracts in this unit as well. So the top of page 311, we got figure 11.2, leasehold estate. And this gives us a nice little summary of the types of estates. And we're going to go through and talk about these four. What the different types of leasehold estates tell us, basically the difference between the four, as we're going to learn, what differentiates these four types of estates is how they end. How does this leasehold estate interest end? So first up, we have estate for years. Can also be referred to as tenancy for years. An estate for years has a specific beginning date and a specific ending date. And when it's over, it's over. It automatically terminates. Do your head. Can we agree to renew? Can we agree to renew at the end of our leasehold or tenancy for years? Sure, absolutely. But it starts with a very specific beginning date and a very specific ending date. And when it's over unless we agree otherwise. We don't have to notify each other. It just automatically terminates. We both signed a contract saying we recognize when this thing ends. Please listen to me. This is a source of confusion. Do not let the name fool you. An estate for years, it can be a year, it can be for 2 years, it could be for a month, it could be for a week, it could be for a day. What makes it an estate for years is we have a specific beginning date and we have a specific ending date. And when it's over, it's over. It automatically terminates. Did y'all hear that? Doesn't have to be for a year. What you're looking for is, does it have a specific beginning date and a specific ending date? Another type of leasehold estates is called a periodic tenancy, also known as a tenancy from period to period. With a periodic tenancy, there is a specific start date, but there is no specific ending date. We are going to automatically renew this until one of us ends it. There is no specific end date. We're going to keep renewing it. It automatically renews until one of us puts an end to it. We do have to give each other some notice. If you will, please look at me on page 311. Estate from period to period. You see your 3 bullet points there? If it's a week-to-week tenancy, we need to give each other 2 days notice. Month to month is 7. Year to year is 1 month. So how much notice do we have to give each other that this is ending? The answer is it depends on how long the agreed upon tenancy was. And we keep renewing until one of us ends it. It's not uncommon for an estate for years to turn into a periodic tenancy. Let's say you're renting property from me. I'm the landlord, you're the tenant. And we sign a lease. We sign an estate for years that says you're going to rent from me for a year. We sign a lease, we're all happy. Within that year, we learn that we do well together. You pay your rent on time every time, and that makes me happy. You're not destroying my property. You're not tearing it up. You don't have old cars parked all up in the front yard and everything. You're a good renter, and I'm a good landlord. So at the end of our year, we may agree to continue the relationship. Maybe we agree to sign another year lease. Maybe we don't. If we don't, once that estate for years is over, once that date is up, we might then agree just to do a month to month. And that's what that periodic tenancy is. We're going to keep going until one of us ends it. Again, these things don't end automatically. It has to be ended. Nope, that was just an example. So question came in, period to period is 30 days. Nope. It could be week to week, month to month, day to days, whatever we agree to. If you want to keep renewing on a week to week basis, we can agree to do that. The third type of leasehold estate is an estate at will, also known as a tenancy at will. We have a specific beginning date. We don't have a specific end date. It can end at any time with no notice required. You are there as the tenant because you have permission from the landlord to be there. You are there with permission from the landlord. The difference in an estate at will versus period to period, with a period to period, we have to give each other notice. With an estate at will, it could just end. I'm actually going to talk about that in just 1 second. Hang on to that. Question came in about verbal versus written, and we are getting there. So with an estate at will, the term is unspecified, it's uncertain, no prior notice is required. Again, the difference in this and a period to period, we have to give each other notice. When this one, when we're done, we're done. We don't have to notify each other of anything. Either party can terminate with no required notice. The last leasehold estate that we have is an estate at sufferance, also known as a tenancy at sufferance. And with these, somebody is suffering. Who's suffering? The landlord, because they got a squatter they can't get rid of. We probably started with a legitimate lease. The lease term ended, and you're not leaving. You're not paying, and you're not leaving. You're making me suffer. We're going to talk about both parties' eviction remedies. There's eviction remedies for the tenant and eviction remedies for the landlord. We'll talk about both of those in this unit. Isn't that the truth? Yeah. Bottom line, the landlord in this situation would have the tenant evicted. Again, we'll talk about those. But guys, here's the deal. If the tenant is still paying rent and the landlord is accepting it, the two have agreed to allow the relationship to continue. An estate at sufferance is only when the tenant stops paying. They're there and they're not paying. As long as you're paying and I'm accepting it, we either have a period to period or an at will. Y'all write this down. You pay, you stay. You stay, you pay. That's the gist of the landlord-tenant relationship, right? You give me rent every month and I'll provide a roof over your head. Now, landlord has a few other obligations. But as long as you stay, you pay. As long as you pay, you get to stay. I'm getting a couple questions about COVID. You know, that was tough situations. There were the restrictions put on place that landlords couldn't evict during that time. They very well might have been dealing with a holdover or squatter, right? Evictions were paused, I guess is a good way to put that, because so many people were unemployed. And they put those restrictions in place to protect the tenant. There were no restrictions put in place to protect the landlord. And I think that was the fall of it, is once those restrictions were lifted, some landlords retaliated, didn't they? That's right. Questions on the different types of leasehold estates. Again, what makes them different is how they end. What defines the four, what differentiates the four is how they end. Up next, we're going to talk about the different types of leases. There's several different types of leases. Again, you got a nice figure at the top of page 313 that kind of summarizes the different types of leases. Nice little summary for you. In general, these types of leases tend to be a problem topic. So make a note, 313. The thing that differentiates the types of leases, when we're trying to determine what lease to use, we're determining how does rent get paid. You're the tenant, I'm the landlord. The type of lease we enter into will tell me how I'm going to get paid. So the first type of lease we have is our fixed rental. Fixed rentals are typically our residential. Typically where we see fixed rentals with residential properties. Again, I ask you guys, can the parties agree to do whatever they want to? Sure. That's why I say things like typically. So typically in a residential lease situation, it's a fixed lease. Tenant pays the landlord, landlord pays the property charges. Property charges such as taxes, homeowners insurance, HOA dues, if applicable, might be rolled into the rent that the landlord collects. Tenant pays the landlord, landlord pays the property charges. Very typical relationship in a residential transaction. The rest of these that we're going to talk about may be seen in commercial. So let's have that distinction there as well. Fixed is our one example of a residential lease. The rest of these are ones that we may see in commercial. Isn't it up to the landlord on whether the power, water bill are tied into rent, paid in the tenant's name? Absolutely. Anything's negotiable. So who pays water, who pays utilities? The landlord may require the tenant, or the landlord may keep them in their name and say, you're going to pay me as part of rent. Anything is negotiable. Yep. So the first commercial lease we have is our percentage lease. And the only reason why this is a red star is because there's a little bit of math, nothing that I think you guys will see on your test, but there is a certain understanding of how rent is collected with a percentage lease. It's not uncommon to see a percentage lease at the mall. Y'all remember when malls were cool and they were fun to be in and they were fun to hang out in? Did you ever skip school to go to the mall? So how retailers pay rent in a mall, for example, might be a percentage lease. And we're going to look at an example in just a second. In a percentage lease, rent is made up of two different pieces. First, the tenant pays a base rent. they pay a flat fee, X amount per month. And that X amount per month is usually determined by square footage of the store. A two-story Sears is going to pay more of a base rent than Claire's because Sears has more square footage. So it's a flat fee, usually based on square footage. That's one piece of it. You pay your base rent every month. And then the second piece of it is based off of a percentage of gross or net income. So we got to see your books from last year. I got to know how much you made, because how much you pay me this year is going to be impacted by how much you paid last year. Two pieces, a base rent, usually based off a square foot, plus a percentage of gross or net income, whatever the parties agree to. So based on the tenant square footage, the mall charges a base rent of $1,300 per month. In addition, the terms of the lease state the tenant will pay 5% of gross sales on any annual amount over 160. Last year's sales were 250,000. What is the tenant's annual rent for this year? So the first thing we're going to focus on is our base rent, and they're charging $1,300 per month. So every month, regardless of how much you make, you're going to pay your base rent of $1,300, which means each year you have a flat fee of $15,600. That's the base. You owe me $1,300 per month. Within a year, you're going to pay $15,600. That's one piece of it. The second piece is going to be a percentage over sales. So what the lease agreement says is that you owe me 5% on anything over 160. If you make less than 160, you just got to pay the base rent. You only owe me that percentage when your sales are over 160. So last year, your sales were $250,000. And I said anything over 160. So if I take 250 minus 160, I get a difference of $90,000. How much over 160 are you? You're over $90,000. That $90,000 is what you owe me rent on. Particularly, you owe me 5% of that amount that's over. So my $90,000 times 5% gives me $4,500. So how much are you going to pay me in rent this year? You're going to pay me $15,600 for the base plus $4,500 for the percentage, which means this year I expect to collect $20,110. That could change next year, right? Because your sales are going to be different. So each year, you got to show me your books. Each year, we got to reevaluate. I don't think you're going to see this math problem on your exam. However, I do think it's important that we understand how that math works. That's the only reason why this percentage lease is a red star. Questions on the idea or the math? Either one? Nope. This year, the base rent is 15. That's how much you owe me, base rent. And then when I add on your gross sales, this year, you are actually going to pay me a total of $20,100. Your base plus your over sales, your percentage of sales. If I wanted to know monthly, how much are you going to pay me each month? Now I take the 20,100 and divide by 12. Once I figure out that annual, so you know how much check to cut me each month. Other questions on percentage? Okay. Another type of lease we have, again, we're answering questions of how does rent get paid? So another type of lease we have that we may see in the commercial world is something called a net lease. In a net lease, the tenant pays the rent plus all or some of the property charges. So in addition to the tenant paying the landlord, the tenant also gets to pay the real property taxes. The tenant may get to pay insurance, maintenance on the property. So in a net lease, the tenant pays rent, they pay the landlord, plus the tenant is also responsible for whatever agreed upon property charges, taxes, insurance, maintenance, janitorial fees, whatever. Net lease. Another way that rent may get paid in the commercial world is something called a graduated lease. In a graduated lease, rent increases at predetermined dates. Maybe it's an office space, for example. With graduated leases, I tend to think of startup companies. I just started my business. I'm not making any money now. Hopefully I'm making more money next year so I can pay a higher rent. The year after that, I can pay a higher rent. My rent will graduate each year. And guys, keep in mind too, commercial leases are typically a lot longer than residential. Most commercial leases are not going to be satisfied with just a year. This might be a 5-year agreement, 10-year agreement. They're definitely more long-term than residential. So we agree when we enter into this lease, this is how much you're going to pay me on year 1, then year 2, then year 3, then year 5. You're going to graduate. Again, think of a startup company. I'm not making any money now, but hopefully in a couple of years I am, and I can afford to pay more rent. Graduated lease. Another type of lease, another way to determine how commercial rent gets paid is something called an index lease. With an index lease, rent can increase or decrease based on some agreed upon index. Rent goes up and down. We agree on what index we're going to use. The index goes up, rent goes up. Index goes down, rent goes down. An example of an index that we might use might be the government's cost of living index. Government's cost of living index goes up, rent goes up. Another commercial lease we may see how rent gets paid is something called a ground lease. These are really long-term leases. Some cases 99 years. In a ground lease, the tenant pays the rent on the land and then they build the structure. This is how I've always heard Walmart operates. Say what you want to about Walmart, but they are brilliant. They own the land. A franchisee comes in and says, I want to buy Walmart. Walmart says, okay, you can rent my land. You get to build the Walmart. Not only is the tenant paying rent on land, but they're also own Walmart Inc. Part of their sales is being the franchise. Genius. Verizon towers may work this way. I wish I had a hunk of land that Verizon wanted to put a cell phone tower on. I would collect rent on the land and I would let Verizon build and maintain their tower on my land. All they got to do is send me a check every month. They're just renting the land so they can build the structure. Genius. Why didn't I think of that? Again, you guys, hear me when I say these are long term. You're not going to build a Walmart on a 5-year lease, are you? So usually these are like, again, sometimes can be up to 99 years. I'm jealous of your landlord with his land with the cell phone tower. Remember, was it earlier today or was it yesterday? We said buy land. Financing Your Dream 101 says buy land. This is why you buy land. Verizon shows up and says, hey, can I rent your land to put my tower on it? Heck yeah. Where do I sign? They call that mailbox money. Y'all know what mailbox money is? Love it. You walk out to your mailbox and poof, there's money. That's all you got to do. He's had offers to buy. I bet he hasn't. He's collecting. Like we said, land ain't going away. Another type of commercial lease we may see is a full service lease. These are when multiple tenants share the building expenses. So for example, you have common areas such as hallways, elevators, restrooms. You may have like a little cafeteria or break room. All the tenants in that one building share those expenses for the common areas. And it's all rolled into their rent. Maybe that building has one maintenance person or one janitorial staff. We're all sharing those expenses. That's a full service lease. You pay for the expenses of the common areas. It's rolled into your rent. Questions on the different types of lease. I know your book also just mentions, just FYI, an oil and mineral lease on page 314. So if you are leasing somebody's subsurface rights, you may enter into, or you're leasing the rights to the subsurface rights. You may have an oil and mineral lease. For that one, I will tell you to call an attorney. Question comes in, does a lawyer determine lease price on the land or the appraisal for a ground lease? It's an agreement between the parties. It's a contractual agreement between the parties. We can get an appraiser to help us determine value of the land, right? If you're licensed, you could do a CMA to get probable sales price. But yeah, it would be agreement between the parties. Good question. Full service lease, would this be like a hair salon booth? Maybe. The hairstylist usually rents their space, right? They rent it from the owner of the hair salon. So your chair and your little area, the hairstylist pays rent to be there. And then part of what they're hoping to earn from doing their job is paying that rent to be there. But that gives them access to the sinks and the, the big hair dryers that, sit over your head, all that. Okay. Um, 315, we talk about the essential elements of a valid lease. Since a valid lease is a contract, a bilateral contract, the essential elements of a valid lease are the same essential elements of a valid contract that we saw back in Unit 9. A lease is a contract. And when the judge is trying to determine the validity of the contract, this is what they're looking for. Same thing that we saw in Unit 9 with the validity of a contract. We have to have mutual agreement. The parties have to come together and agree on the terms. Security deposit, rent, when rent is due, late fee, all the terms of the lease. That's mutual agreement. In a lease, remember, in basic contract law, consideration is just anything of value. Specifically in a lease, the consideration is the rent. And there are no free promises. There's got to be something of value agreed upon. Both parties, landlord and tenant, have to have the capacity to contract. The mental sound mind, sound sober mind, I should say. And you can't have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. So we got to have a legally binding contract for legal objectives. So starting on page 315, we're going to talk about some other common provisions. It's not uncommon to see in leases, maybe residential, maybe commercial. We're just kind of focused on leases in general right now. So some common provisions that you may see in leases. The lease may spell out the tenant's use of the premises, particularly in a commercial lease. They may say, let's say, for example, it's a retail center and a restaurant moves in that serves pizza. There I go again, talking about food right before lunch, sorry. So they have pizza. Well, there might be a provision in that retail center that says there can only be one tenant that serves pizza. So once one pizza joint moves in, I could move another restaurant in, right? But that other restaurant can't serve pizza. So their use of the premises may be spelled out in the lease. For residential, the use might just be for residential purposes only. The residential lease might specifically say no commercial properties allowed, residential only. Leases, especially commercial, need to address any environmental concerns. Guys, remember, the landlord is the owner. So if the tenant, if there's any environmental concerns, those issues are going to go to the landlord. Think of like an industrial plant, leasing an industrial plant. There's chemicals and all sorts of other things with an industrial plant that need to be properly addressed. Every once in a while on the news, you hear about a restaurant that dumps their grease in the creek out back. Yeah, they're not allowed to do that. That would be an environmental concern. And when they track that grease back to that restaurant, they're not calling the tenant. They're calling the landlord and saying, you violated some environmental issues. Fixtures. Remember back in unit 2, we talked about trade fixtures. Trade fixtures are fixtures that the commercial tenant can put in to operate, to conduct their trade, to conduct their business. And what makes trade fixtures unique? At the end of the lease, the commercial tenant can take their fixture with them. So fixtures, particularly in commercial, should be addressed in the lease. In a commercial lease, if the landlord's going to do any repairs, those agreed upon repairs need to be addressed. This does not apply to residential. Residential, the landlord is obligated to do certain repairs. We will talk more about that in just a minute. And another thing you may see in a commercial lease is for upfitting improvements. It's not uncommon for commercial space to start bare. They break it down to the studs. No flooring, no rooms. It's just one big open space. And the landlord may provide an upfitting cost or an upfitting allowance. So the landlord may say, depending on the type of tenant, commercial tenant, the landlord may say, I'll provide X amount for an upfitting allowance to allow you to put walls up, floor, ceilings, whatever, customize that space to make your business work, to make your business happen. So how much and if the landlord's going to provide any kind of upfitting allowance would need to be spelled out in the lease. Other provisions, over on bottom page 316, top of page 317, we've talked about an assignment. With an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. You've assigned your interest. You've assigned your responsibilities to somebody else. And whether or not a lease can be assigned has to be spelled out in the lease. Whether or not you can assign your interest, you can assign your lease. Sublease, it's very similar. With a sublease, the original tenant still keeps some interest. They still have some interest in the property. Assignment, you're done. You transfer everything. A sublease, you still have duties and obligations. So basically, if you sublet your apartment, you're letting somebody else move in under the terms of your lease. But if they don't pay, the landlord's coming after you. You didn't transfer all of your rights, just some of them. Again, whether or not a lease can be sublet needs to be spelled out in the terms of the lease. Where the person could still be held responsible. I mean, I guess if you agree to those, I think what we were talking about, we still be responsible, was the different ways that the loan could be assigned, that the mortgage could be assigned. If you make your loan assumable, you're still on the hook, you still have responsibility. Some other provisions we may see in leases, the term and the renewal. We need to specify, is there a term? How does it renew? Is it an estate for years? Is it a estate from period to period? Do we have a specific beginning date and a specific ending date? Do we allow automatic renewal? What's the term? Most contracts have some kind of default in them that provides for legal remedies. So in the event either one of us need to take each other to court, most contracts spell that out. For example, some contracts may say that we've agreed to hash this out in mediation, whatever that is. If the lease can have a preemptive right, remember we talked about preemptive rights at the end of Unit 10. Option to purchase was our unilateral contract. First of right refusal says if I decide to sell, I got to come to you first. I'm contractually obligated to come to you first. So if we're going to do a preemptive right or an option to purchase, that needs to be, or possibly, that needs to be spelled out in the lease. Whether or not the landlord has the right to enter their own property has to be spelled out in the lease. If nothing is said in the lease, the landlord has zero right to enter, pending an emergency, of course. Typically, what you see in leases, for example, was that the landlord can enter as long as they give 24 hours notice or 48 hours notice. But if that's not spelled out, then the landlord has zero right to enter. Most landlords in their lease give themselves, again, 24-hour notice, 48-hour notice. And the reason for that is because the tenant has the right to quiet enjoyment. Quiet enjoyment is one of these things that's provided by law. It's implied by law. It's an implied agreement. And what the tenant's right to quiet enjoyment says is that they have the right to live there without interference from anyone, including the landlord. The landlord can't harass them. They can't go on the property and harass them. As a landlord, remember we talked about our legal bundle of rights? As the owner of a property, you got your legal bundle of rights, deep C, back in Unit 2. When you lease your property to somebody, when you allow somebody else to live on your property, you're unbundling your rights. You're actually giving them some of your twigs. I'm not sure about that. What I know is what we have here, unless the landlord specifies. Again, pending an emergency, right? If the house is on fire, I don't have to give you 24-hour notice. If the house is flooded or something, I don't have to give you 24-hour notice. Questions on some of our common provisions of lease. Again, you guys, it's so important to remember anything is negotiable. The parties agree to enter into this lease together. That's our mutual assent. The landlord may say, here are the terms, take it or leave it. If the tenant signs, they have agreed to those terms. They've mutually agreed to enter into this contract together. Just some common provisions, understanding that anything is negotiable. Okay. Right. Another one of those days, it's flying by, isn't it? So let's take our last break. We come back, we keep going in 11. Welcome back. Continue on in Unit 11 in just a second. Just so you know, right before we go today, the last thing we're going to do today is kind of talk about what next week's going to look like, so we can get everybody prepared and I can have you guys together. So we'll go through real quick what we're going to look at next week. And then I got some things in Learn Task Pass. We're getting close, guys. So I got some things in Learn Task Pass to help you with the, it's actually called 100% material. So I do want to point that out to you as well. I know we have more material to cover, but I also know that we've covered most of it. So there's no reason why you guys need to wait until next week to start looking ahead, start reviewing and getting ready for that test. So I'll point out some things that I got for you guys in Learn Test Pass. Make it back. I was reading my chat. so you can, start studying this weekend, getting ready for that exam. And then we'll talk about what next week looks like. So I'm just now taking attendance. So if you're back, you're here and I can see you and we are taking attendance. I've been chit-chatting. And we're going to get most of the way through 11 today. If we don't get it done, we'll just have like a few more minutes left on Tuesday. But let's jump back into 11. Again, any questions on these major common provisions? Again, none of this is required. Anything is negotiable between the party. These are just kind of a list of things that it's not uncommon to see in a lease. Over on page 318, we talk about what happens when the lease ends, or more specifically, how a lease can end. Mutual agreement. Like we said, the parties have to mutually agree to enter into the lease. Can't the parties mutually agree to release each other from the lease? Absolutely. So they could mutually agree to terminate the lease. If the lease expires, if we have a specific ending date and the lease expires, that will terminate the lease. Tenancy may be terminated by operation of law. Bankruptcy, condemnation. If the judge takes the property, that may terminate the lease. I think we'll see in just a second, it's in here somewhere, that in the event of a foreclosure, for example, the tenant may have some, they may have some rights. In other words, you can't show up and say this place has been foreclosed, get out now. So in an example like that, in a foreclosure. And then if either party fails to perform a material obligation, we're going to talk about our residential lease in just a second and what those parties' material obligations are to each other. But the big picture is whatever the parties agree to. So if the tenant says, I promise I'm going to do this, this, and this, and the landlord says, I'm going to do that, that, and that, and either party doesn't do what they promised to, that may terminate the lease. They're in breach of their promise. And as with anything, if the parties can't agree to agree, then a judge can decide for them. Let's revisit some old friends. You guys remember Connor? Remember the statute of frauds? Connor tells us that we have to, why don't y'all tell me in a chat? What does Connor, what does Connor say we have to do? What does Connor say we have to do? One word. Connor says we have to. I'm impressed with how fast some of you can type. Connor says we have to, look at you guys go. We have to record. Connor says we have to record certain documents. And why do we record certain documents? So it's enforceable against third parties. So if Connor says we have to record it, statute of fraud says we have to put it in writing. You guys have a side-by-side comparison on this yet? Statute of fraud says it's got to be signed and in writing. Connor says it's got to be recorded. When it comes to leases, statute of frauds and Connor agree on this. And you're going to find that the statute of frauds and Connor run parallel. A lot of their, what one says one does, the other one does. And this is one place that they run parallel. And what makes leases a little bit different, Connor and statute of fraud says you don't have to have it in writing, you don't have to sign it, you don't have to record it if it's less than 3 years. They only require leases more than 3 years. Now, let's be honest. Is it not good advice to get anything in writing? If we're going to do a lease for a day, if you're going to rent my house for a day, isn't that just good advice to get that in writing? I'd want you to sign somewhere. You'd owe me some money. I'd want to hold you liable for that, right? That's just good sense. Again, though, you guys, your test is not going to ask you what you are going to do. Your test is going to ask you what the rules say. And your test is going to ask you about the statute of frauds and the Connor Act. I fear this is one place that we tend to get in our own way. Because you got, and I hear you loud and clear. And you guys say, well, if I had a year lease, I'm going to get it in writing. And gee, now that I know that I can record it, why can't I do that? I hear what you're saying. And I agree with you. Your test is not going to ask you what you're going to do. So we need to understand what Connor and the statute of fraud say about it. And when it comes to leases, they say anything more than 3 years. Is 3 years more than 3 years? No, 3 years is 3 years. 3 years in one day is more than 3 years. So anything more than 3 years, Connor and statute of fraud says it's got to be signed, it's got to be in writing, and it's got to be recorded. So back to a question I got earlier. Are verbal, oral leases enforceable? And the answer is a lot of times, yes. If we have a verbal agreement to go on a month-to-month basis, now, neither one of us may not have a leg to stand on if we have to go stand in front of a judge, but can we have a month-to-month verbal lease for 10 years? Yeah. Well, no, because more than 3. See what I did? Can we have a verbal oral lease for a year? Yes, we can, because it's less than 3 years. Questions or comments on this? Y'all write that down. Connor equals record. Statute of frauds equals sign and in writing. Connor's in unit 5. Statute of frauds is in unit 9 to start. We've brought these up several times now, haven't we? What does that mean to you? The next little section we're getting into is to talk specifically about the North Carolina Residential Rental Agreement Act. There's an act in North Carolina that regulates how residential agreements are to be handled. So when we talk about this relationship of the landlord and the tenant, we are talking specifically about the residential relationship. And with the Residential Rental Agreement Act, first off, let me say this. It saddens me. Back up one more time. Most of these laws, for example, the Residential Rental Agreement Act, were written to protect the tenant. And what saddens me, a good majority of tenants don't know their rights. Landlords take advantage. You hear about it every day. If the tenant knew their rights, they probably, I mean, we probably all got a story where somebody was kicked out. They didn't think it was fair. Residential Rental Agreement Act may have said otherwise. So just keep that in mind. These laws that we have in place are to protect the tenant. The landlord is the one with the upper hand here. Yes, the landlord is the one with the upper hand. So the tenant needs to be protected. The thing that makes me sad is that most tenants don't know their rights. So with the Residential Rental Agreement Act, it has a couple different overall provisions. The landlord can only provide habitable conditions to the tenant. In a residential lease, what the landlord is providing is fit and habitable conditions. Again, this comes up on the news quite a bit, doesn't it? There was a apartment building in Greensboro not too terribly long ago, and those poor tenants had critters and bugs and flood and mold. I mean, they had it all. Nor did the judge consider that a fit and habitable condition. That is the landlord's responsibility. And I think until those tenants got help, till they sought help, they all came together and said, this isn't right. It was either Fox 8 or 2 Wants to Know got involved, and they couldn't get a response from the landlord, da, 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 da. That's how tenants sometimes can protect themselves, is they rally together. I mean, when you're dealing with roaches and mold, that's not fit and habitable conditions. That is the landlord's #1 responsibility in a residential transaction, is to provide fit and habitable conditions. The landlord's and the tenant's obligations are mutually dependent, which means the tenant doesn't have to stay if the landlord is not providing fit and habitable conditions. Remember, if you pay, you stay. So if the tenant is choosing to stay, they have to pay, otherwise they're a squatter. But what I'm telling you is, if fit and habitable conditions aren't provided, the tenant can choose to go. They can break their lease. And I will talk more about that. I got a name for it, the tenant's eviction remedy. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. The other thing that the act says, again, this act was written to protect the tenant. So because of that, the landlord can't waive their duties. They cannot put a provision in the lease that says, I'm not going to provide fit and habitable conditions, sign here. They cannot waive that duty. Under the act, the landlord's biggest responsibility is to provide fit and habitable conditions. The other thing that the act tells us is that the name of the structure doesn't matter. If it's a lease with a tenant and a landlord, the Residential Rental Act agreement applies. So if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a residential unit under the Residential Rental Agreement Act. So for example, if there's a building called the Downtown Hotel, does that imply permanent residence? Does that name imply permanent? I mean, when you think of a hotel, you think of a night or two, right? So the building is called the Downtown Hotel. It is the primary residence of many of its occupants. Some occupants live in the building for long periods of time. Each unit has a living area and a kitchen. Would you consider that a residential area? Would you consider that part? I would. It's got everything you need, right? The name doesn't matter. The occupants are protected under the act, even though the building is not a hotel. And that's what I mean by the name. Well, I'm going to name it the Downtown Hotel and I don't have to provide fit and habitable conditions. It doesn't work that way. And I think I got an accidental mute, or do I have a question? Let's see. Let's look at another example. Landlord rents a deteriorating home to a tenant under a lease that provides. Tenant hereby agrees to accept the leased home as is. Landlord is not responsible for the condition of the heating unit, wiring, or plumbing. Tenant agrees to be solely responsible for the habitability of the leased property. Yeah, that's not going to stand up in court, because the Residential Rental Agreement Act says the landlord can't waive their duties. Again, it's sad in us to say that a lot of times the tenant doesn't know their rights. And this is something that we're referring to. So even if a tenant says, okay, that sounds funny to me, but I need somewhere to live, whatever, where do I sign? It's not going to hold up in a court of law, because the landlord can't waive that duty. Also under the, and again, you guys, let's make sure we understand. Under the Residential Rental Agreement Act, I do not care if a real estate agent is involved or not. Remember, we're just talking about the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. Unlicensed, licensed, doesn't matter. It's just the general relationship between the landlord and the tenant. So the landlord under the act, their big statutory duty is to have these fit and habitable conditions. And the landlord operates under an implied warranty of habitability. Implied meaning what? Remember we talked about applied and express? There is no express agreement. We don't have to have this stated. It's implied. It's just going to happen. The actions have to happen, that they're going to provide that fit and habitable conditions. When I say fit and habitable conditions, the landlord in the building have to comply with all building codes, current housing codes. The landlord is the one on the hook that's responsible for making repairs to keep the premises habitable. The landlord has to keep all common areas safe. If you have a large apartment building, for example, there might be a parking lot and sidewalks and a playground and a pool. Those are all the common areas. That's the landlord's responsibility. Electrical, they have to maintain electrical and plumbing to the units. Heating, remember AC is not required. AC does not define fit and habitable conditions, but heating does. They have to provide proper heating, ventilation. The Residential Rental Agreement Act requires the landlord to install and provide working smoke and possibly carbon monoxide detectors at the beginning of the lease. Once the lease begins, it becomes the tenant's responsibility to maintain those detectors. Don't we know we're supposed to change our battery every time we change our clocks, the batteries in our smoke detectors? If you're guilty like me, you're probably a few time changes behind. Oops. Once the landlord provides them, the tenant's responsible for maintaining them. Question comes in, what about the road for a mobile park? Who's responsible for fixing car damaging potholes? A what if question, but my gut tells me that's going to fall on the responsibility of whomever owns that mobile park. I can't answer that for sure, right? What if? I know. But the driveway isn't fit and habitable conditions. When we talk about fit and habitable conditions, we're referring to the dwelling. If the landlord fails to provide fit and habitable conditions, the tenant's eviction remedy is referred to as constructive eviction. In the event of a constructive eviction, the tenant makes a couple of reasonable requests to get this fixed. Again, another place where I feel tenants don't know their rights. They should be documenting all the requests that they make. Did you call and leave a voicemail? Did you send an email? Did you send a text? How many did you make? Date, time, all that good stuff. So the tenants are hopefully, now they know you, and you can tell them to document. And what the act says is, if the tenant has provided requests and allowed for a reasonable amount of time, and the landlord is either unresponsive or just has no desire to fix the problem, the tenant's remedy is to move out and terminate the lease. What happens if they choose to stay? These are fit and habitable conditions, and I'm not happy, but I'm going to stay. If you stay, you pay. Again, another place where many tenants don't have options. Can they afford to move? Can they afford to sign a new lease? Tenants are always welcome to have their own legal representation. I tell you what, as a tenant, if you call Fox 8 or wants to know, you'll get a response. Slap your landlord on the 5 o'clock news. That'll do it. And that's sometimes where we see these stories pop up. So the tenant's remedy is called constructive eviction. In a sense, they're evicting themselves. And please understand, reasonable time. If we have a big storm come through today, and the storm damages a whole bunch of roofs in the area, including the property where the tenant is living, they call the landlord and they say, man, the roof got damaged. The landlord calls their roof guy and the roof guy says, I'm getting 40 calls, I can't get to you until the first of next week. Has the landlord done what they can? Has the landlord done what they can? You may not be able to get somebody here right now. And that's where we say reasonable. The tenant still needs to be reasonable about it. Now, big storm comes through, damages the roof, call the landlord. Yeah, whatever, fix it yourself. Just put a pot in the attic. What's the big deal? Now we may have a case for constructive eviction. You guys understand the difference? As long as the landlord is trying, I mean, all they can do is call their roofing guy. Maybe they come over with a tarp. Let's look at an example. Tenant leases a home with a 2-year lease. Oh, here's a roof. Several months into the lease, the roof develops a major leak. In spite of numerous complaints, the landlord makes no effort to repair the roof, and they try to put the roof responsibility on the tenant. The tenant vacates the home and rents elsewhere. Even though the lease still had time, the tenant is relieved of further liability because the landlord's inaction constitutes the tenant to do their constructive eviction. In a sense, they're evicting themselves. Again, though, if they choose not to leave, if you stay, you pay. Even in fit and habitable conditions, if they stay and don't pay, we still got a squatter. Another big part that we kind of mentioned, another big part of the landlord's responsibility is this common law of negligence. And this is what says that the landlord has the right to keep the common areas safe. So again, think of like a large apartment complex, for example. It is the landlord's responsibility to keep those common areas safe. Common law of negligence. Questions on the tenant side of it? Would cameras apply to safety? Possibly, for both sides, right? The landlord could have cameras up to protect their common areas. I'm going to say possibly. That's a good question. Y'all, it's 2022. Is it safe to say when you walk outside your front door, you're on camera somewhere? Conduct your life as if you are, because you know what? There's a really good chance. How many of you have Ring doorbells? So literally when you walk out your front door, you're on camera. Smile at yourself when you come in. So these are the landlord's duties and responsibilities. Right? If these are the landlord's duties and responsibilities, what are the tenants' responsibilities and duties? Well, first off, what's the tenant's number one responsibility? What's the tenant's number one responsibility? Show me the money. Give me that money every month, right? If they pay, they get to stay. In addition, the tenant needs to maintain the unit where they're living. The tenant needs to keep things clean and safe inside. They need to remove trash, plumbing fixtures, etc. Inside the unit, inside the dwelling, is the tenant's responsibility. Remember, the landlord has no right to go in unless they do. As we said, the landlord provides a working smoke detector, possibly a carbon monoxide detector. The tenant's the one responsible for maintaining it throughout the term of the lease. One thing the tenant cannot do is withhold rent until repairs are made. The tenant can't hold that over the landlord. If you stay, you pay. You can't say, I'm not paying you nothing until you fix this roof. Their options are either you stay and you pay, or after a reasonable request, you evict yourself and move out. In the event the tenant is there without paying, or in the event that the tenant doesn't stand up with one of their statutory duties, the landlord's eviction remedy, the landlord's process to get the tenant out, is something called summary ejectment. Summary ejectment is the landlord's only legal eviction remedy. If a landlord wants their tenant out, if the tenant has broken their duties and responsibilities, they stop paying and now they're a squatter, the only legal remedy for the landlord is to go in front of a court, go in front of a magistrate, and request a summary ejectment. And if the magistrate awards the landlord the summary ejectment, they may send the sheriff to have the tenant removed. You cannot withhold rent. If you stay, you pay. If your heat stops working in the middle of winter and your landlord makes no effort to get it fixed and you've made reasonable requests, constructive eviction. Under the Residential Rental Agreement Act, the landlord's only legal remedy is summary ejectment. Have y'all heard stories otherwise? I'd be willing to bet you have. One thing that's not allowed under the act is self-help eviction. What is meant by self-help eviction? The landlord can't go padlock the front door. They can't go move the tenant stuff out, put it in the front yard and change the locks. They can't show up with a shotgun and say, get off my property. Hear me when I say the landlord's only legal eviction remedy is summary ejectment. They go to a judge, a court, a magistrate, and they request the tenant to be removed. I have an acquaintance and she works with a property manager in a really large apartment. I think she told me once they have like 150 apartments. That's a lot of tenants to deal with. And as part of her job, once a month, she spends at the courthouse doing their summary ejectments. Does that not sound like the worst job ever? Once a month, she goes down to the courthouse. She hangs out at the courthouse and she does her summary ejectment for that apartment complex. Even in an oral agreement, yes. Leases don't have to be in writing until they're what? More than 3 years. Yep. Any residential. So self-help eviction is not allowed. CYA, Michelle. I would have that tenant call their attorney, call an attorney. Absolutely. The other thing that the landlord can't do is something called retaliatory eviction. Retaliatory eviction, if the tenant asks for repairs, hey, the roof is leaking, will you fix it? The landlord can't respond retaliatory and say, no, I'm not going to fix the roof, get out. If the tenant does something to support their rights, the landlord can't retaliate and evict them. So in other words, if the tenant asks for repairs, the landlord can't retaliate. If the tenant, like the apartment complex in Greensboro, where they all got together and called Two Wants to Know, the landlord can't retaliate and evict them for doing that. They were simply exercising their rights as tenants. And that's another reason why I say legal remedy is summary ejectment. I'd be willing to bet every single one of us on this call have a story about a landlord that didn't follow according to the act. So that's why I say legal eviction remedy. What do you think you're going to be tested on? Legal. Self-help is not allowed. There are stories all over the place of landlords evicting tenants illegally. Again, go change the locks while they're at work or put, padlock on the door. That's called self-help eviction. and the landlord cannot do that. Another thing that's quite common in residential leases, another agreed upon term that's quite common in residential leases is the Security Deposit Act, or the security deposit. And the security deposit is regulated under the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. Once again, you guys, this applies to all landlords, whether or not they have a real estate license or not. All landlords are to uphold the Residential Rental Agreement Act and the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. And what this act does is it regulates how much security deposit the landlord can collect at the beginning of the lease. So let's talk about what the security deposit does. We enter into the lease, we agreed on X amount for security deposit. That deposit should be placed in a trust account. Nobody touches that. The landlord shouldn't be spending that money. The tenant doesn't have access to it. Where the security deposit may kick in is at the end of the lease, whenever we terminate the lease. And what that security deposit is for, if the tenant moves out or the lease is over and they still owe back rent, the landlord can use the security deposit to collect on that back rent. If there's damage to the property other than normal wear and tear, the tenants live in there, for goodness sakes. They're going to have normal wear and tear. They might hang some pictures up and put some nail holes in the wall. If the tenant's anything like me, when I'm on the phone, I have my pacing space. My husband tells me I'm going to wear that part of the carpet out because I just, have my little place. So a little worn carpet is normal wear and tear. If I get mad and throw my fist through the wall, that's not normal wear and tear. So to repair this hole in the wall, the landlord may be able to keep some of the security deposit. There's a list in your book on page 323. Common examples of ordinary wear and tear, and then other damages that may not fall under normal wear and tear, in which case the landlord would be able to keep the security deposit to repair it. And that's what the Security Deposit Act does. It lists allowable uses that the landlord can use a security deposit for at the end of the lease. So once the lease is over and the tenant moves out, the landlord has to account to the tenant within 30 days, which means they either need to return their security deposit, or if they're going to keep some of it for back rent or damage to the property, they have to provide reasons why they're going to keep some or all of the security deposit. The landlord can only keep what they can account for. They just can't keep the whole security deposit for the sake of keeping the security deposit. We'll look at an example in just a second. Yeah. The other thing that the landlord can do is charge a reasonable, non-refundable pet fee. Who determines if it's reasonable? That's an agreement between the party. If the landlord says, I'm going to charge you X amount for a pet fee, the tenant can either accept it, reject it, or counter it, right? We're still entering into a legally binding contract. Understand, what the tenant is paying the pet fee for is the right to have a pet. If the pet damages the property, the landlord can still keep some of the security deposit to repair. So if they tear up the carpet, if the dog chews on the baseboards, or if they tear up the carpet, they can still keep some of the security deposit. The non-refundable pet fee that the tenant is paying for is the right to have a pet there. A question comes in, can't the landlord or can't the tenant repair the wall? Of course they can. There may be something in the, well, let me rephrase that. There may be something in the lease that says one way or another. No landlord has to repaint every time a new tenant comes in. If tenant leaves before lease expires, can security deposit be held? So here's the deal. Here's the deal. The tenant moves out. They just skip out in the middle of the night. Tenants do that sometimes, right? They pack up and leave in the middle of the night, never be heard from again. And let's say there's 6 months left on the lease. The landlord just can't take the security deposit, say, oh, you skipped out in the middle of the lease. Once the landlord realizes they're gone, they need to get the unit re-rentable and get a new tenant in there as soon as they possibly can. They have a duty to make their best effort to get it re-rented as soon as they can. So once they get it re-rented, then whatever they're missing, they have that right to keep the security deposit. I can't just say, I'm going to let this sit vacant for 6 months because that's what our lease is. And yes, everybody, let's understand something. Service animals are not pets. You cannot charge a pet fee for a service animal. Service animals are considered an extension of the person with that handicap or disability. Through the eyes of the law, a service dog is considered the exact same thing as a cane or a wheelchair. What if the service animal damages the property throughout the tenancy? Then you can keep that portion of the security deposit to fix it. We're going to talk ADA, American with Disabilities Act, a little bit, I think at the end of unit 12. ADA, American with Disability Act, currently only recognizes dogs as service animals. Whether or not you're allowed to have an emotional support animal would be an agreement between you and the landlord. Right now, ADA only recognizes dogs. They're certified, they're trained to act in a certain way. So how do we know it's a service animal? Yep, ADA's got us for that. American with Disability Act. We'll see that in 12. We'll see that again in 19. So we'll see ADA a couple times next week. So you cannot charge a pet fee for a service animal. ADA currently recognizes dogs, and that's the only breed that they recognize. Anything else is an emotional support. So can I allow my emotional support peacock to move in? That's an agreement between me and the landlord. Y'all don't remember that story a couple years ago? The lady tried to get on the airplane with Delta and she tried to bring her emotional support peacock. Y'all don't remember that? Understand, service animals and emotional support animals are not the same thing. ADA recognizes dogs. So let's look. As I understand it, it's service animals. And it's an agreement between the tenant and the landlord. Service animals are non-negotiable. Emotional support animals. I don't want a peacock living in my rented property. That would have to be an agreement. Let's see. Let's look at an example. Tenant rents an apartment for 1 year for $800 per month with security deposit of $1,200. Within 6 months of the lease, the tenant abandons the apartment. Landlord finds a new tenant who moves in 1 month later. Landlord's cost in obtaining the new tenant is $250 plus the 1 month's lost rent is $1,050. The landlord can only deduct $150, $1,050, there we go, from the security deposit. They need to refund the $150 to the tenant. So in other words, the landlord just can't keep the security deposit for the sake of keeping the security deposit. They have to account to the tenant. This is how much I'm keeping and why. Anything left, I need to give it back to you. And the landlord has to report that within 30 days. What if, I hear you guys, what if the lost rent and the damage to the property is more than the security deposit? You tear my place up, holes in walls, and you destroy it, plus you went 2 months without paying rent. If the landlord's allowable right to retain is more than the security deposit, their only other option is to take the tenant to court, try to recover those costs through a court. There's risks involved with allowing a tenant to live on your property. The Security Deposit Act also regulates how much security deposit the landlord's allowed to collect. This isn't just any number that we're throwing out there. If it's a week-to-week tenancy, the landlord can't collect more than 2 weeks' rent for the security deposit. If it's month-to-month, they can't collect more than 1.5 months. And if it's longer than month-to-month, a year, for example, they can't collect more than 2 months' rent. So how much the tenant can collect, I'm sorry, the landlord can collect as part of the Security Deposit Act. If the landlord doesn't have a real estate license, the landlord is unlicensed, they have a choice. They can put their security deposit either in a trust account or an escrow account. We're going to talk about the escrow account next week. Or they can put it in a bond. So if the landlord is unlicensed, they can either keep it in a trust account or a bond. If the landlord has a real estate license, their only option is to put that security deposit in a trust account. And because they're licensed, they have to follow the regulations of the North Carolina Real Estate Commission trust account rules and laws. You don't have to raise your hand. My rhetorical question is, are you currently a landlord? Because if you are, once you get your license, you're going to be held to a higher standard. And once you get your license, you need to make sure that you're putting that trust account in, or that security deposit in a trust account. If you are currently a landlord, I direct your attention to the last paragraph on the page, bottom of page 322. And just know you'll be held to, as soon as you get your license, you're now held to a higher standard, because you know what? Now they know that you know. So now they know that you know. You're held to Real Estate Commission trust account guidelines. Yes, trust account and escrow account are the same thing, something different than a savings account. We will talk about the trust account, escrow account next week. Remember, the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is to do what? Protect the public. If you're a licensed landlord, you're now dealing with the Real Estate Commission's public. So trust account, escrow account, not a savings account. Yep. We'll talk about that next week. By the way, when you guys are studying this weekend, when you look in Learn, Test, Pass, I got a couple things in the Unit 11 and 12 material. So I just kind of want you to look at the supplemental stuff. There's a very basic residential rental lease. You may just want to flip through that real quick and look at the terms and provisions. But one thing I do want to direct your attention to, there's the Q&A brochure from the Real Estate Commission on the North Carolina Tenant Security Deposit Act. There's also a Q&A brochure on renting residential properties. I'm a big fan of the Q&A brochures. I just think it's another way to expose ourselves to this material, this information. And the Q&A brochures and Learn, Test, Pass come straight from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. So take it from your soon-to-be licensing governing body. We're gonna talk about the Real Estate Commission next week. We've been dancing all around them, haven't we? But now we're going to officially meet them next week and learn more about them, other than the fact that their main purpose is to protect the public. So we'll see that next week. Questions on, again, all of this is about the Residential Rental Agreement Act. The Residential Rental Agreement Act, the Security Deposit Act does not care if the landlord has a real estate license or not. The last little piece, well, two more little pieces in 11. North Carolina Vacation Rental Act. You know, my triad people, Winston-Salem is great, right? But let's face it, people aren't vacationing here. So we don't do much in this area with the Vacation Rental Act. However, where are my beach people? Do any of you live at the beach? Oh man, that makes me, oh, not live. I know you're like me, you're like beach people. Like, I want to live at the beach. I know, I hear you, maybe one day. My beach people that live at the beach, or my people that currently live up in the mountains. Once you get your license, you very well may be dealing with vacation rental properties, much more common in those areas. You'll get further training, further education, of course, especially from your firm that's offering these vacation rentals. What we need to understand for pre-licensing is that there's a Vacation Rental Act. And what this act does is regulate short-term residential rentals when the tenant has a primary residence somewhere. And these are vacation properties. Does that say going out of town for work? No, it's for personal experiences. It's for vacationing. This applies to the landlords of all recreational. Again, I tend to think of beaches, mountains. You may have some vacation properties around bodies of water, lakes, for example. And the big thing to understand about the Vacation Rental Act, when the owner sells a property that serves as a vacation home, a vacation property, when they sell it, the new owner has to honor existing leases for 180 days after the purchase. So once the vacation tenant has a, I hear you. Once the vacation tenant has a vacation rental, if you sell, you got to honor everything for the first 180 days. So if you're going to buy this vacation property to use it as your own personal residence, you have to at least have the first 6 months, honor those first 6 months leases. You can choose to cancel anything over 180 days. It's already on the books. But you have to at least honor any reservations that have already been made 180 days after closing. Vacation leases are prorated. So if we're a week to week, I mean, it depends on when we close, right? If we're week to week, you have vacation leases for week to week, and we close in the middle of the week, then we need to prorate that rent for that week, right? So yeah. Could we prorate vacation rent? Yeah, absolutely. Depends on when we close. If we close before, once one lease ends and another one begins, if we close in that little window, then we wouldn't prorate it. Okay, now the last little piece in Unit 11 is about public housing. You may have referred to this as government subsidized housing, also known sometimes as Section 8 housing. And with public housing, tenants have more of an entitlement than those that don't qualify under public housing. And basically their entitlement, their rights, they cannot be evicted without good cause. And before a landlord can convict them, they have to, or evict them, they have to go through the process. You can't just evict a tenant under public housing. There's got to be a good reason, and the landlord has to go through the process. So again, on page 325, it kind of mentions that very basic residential rental contract, residential rental agreement. That's listed, again, that's in Learn Test Pass, so you may want to flip through that. I would also pay attention to the Q&A brochures, one on the security deposit and the other one just on renting residential property in general. That gets us through Unit 11. Your key terms are back on page 309. Key point review is on page 326. And your student quiz on page 328. family member has been banned from public housing, then that could jeopardize the tenant. All right. Everybody have these pages written down? Okay. Let's talk about next week. Can I get out of this? Everybody good? 1, 2, 3. Okay. First off, next week, we're going to do unit 12. For those of you looking ahead, we're going to do unit 12. We're going to do unit 19. I highly recommend you guys look ahead at unit 19. Unit 19 is our fair housing. Unit 19 is a very important unit, not only for your exam, but more importantly, for your profession, for your career as a future real estate agent. So unit 19 is our fair housing unit. 12, 19, then we do unit 18. Unit 18 is our investors unit. Then we do unit 16. 16 is our basic residential construction. If you've looked ahead, unit 18 is like 5 pages, I think. Unit 16 is like 9. So they're very short, sweet, to the point. We'll get through them pretty quickly next week. They wrap up rather rapidly. So 12, 19, 18, 16. And then we get into our license, law, and commission rule. If you have not already, I've asked you guys back in unit 7 to look at, particularly in license, law, and commission rule, the comments. If you're looking at it in your book in Appendix A, it starts on page 707. If you're in Learn, Test, Pass, I'm up here under the welcome section. North Carolina law and rule, the most current one is March 2022, and page 106 starts the law and the rule comments. So when I say we're doing license, law, and commission rule next week, this is going to be where our main focus is, the comments. In addition to the comments, there are some other law and rule that we need to be aware of. So we will absolutely go through those next week as well. That is officially our state section. Again, Appendix A, 707, not up to date. The most current license, law, and commission rule is in Learn, Test, Pass under the welcome section. And the comments start on page 106. If you have to pick and choose your time, look ahead at unit 19, look ahead at the comments. I'll get you through 18 and 16. Whopping, what did I just say? 16 and 17 pages. I'll get you through 18 and 16. More important that you guys focus on 19 and comments. In my last minute, also in Learn, Test, Pass, there's a whole folder called 100% exam and additional resources. There are 100% exams in this section. I need you guys to start thinking about a week from Tuesday. Start reviewing, start going over the information. We've talked about your Relink book that has the information you can expect to see on your state exam. In Learn, Test, Pass, I have something called an end of class exam review. The end of class exam review is what you can expect to see on my exam a week from Tuesday. And there's your gift for today. What are you going to see on my test? There it is. I don't tell you the answers. I'm not going to tell you A, B, C, or D. Y'all don't call me and say, Julie, what's this word mean? If you don't know what the word means, what do you think I'm going to do? Tell you to look it up, because how do you make it stick? So this is part of what my review does, is help you guys focus on where to attract your attention. The other thing that I just want to point out, again, lots of practice, lots of finals. But there's also Ann Rashid is who's doing your cram course next Saturday. She has offered you guys her notes entitled Pass the Exam Real Estate Notes. So again, this is everything, you guys. The comments or the 100% exam is just that. Where do you find the comments? It's either in your book on page 707, or it's back up here under the welcome section.
And Learn Test Pass, that's where I'm at. Okay, got it.
Got it? Okay,
Thank-
page 106.
Okay,
I need you guys start getting ready. And that's what this 100%, I don't need you to sit down and take a 100% exam this weekend, but start looking at the end of course review. What can you expect to see on my test? Start looking at Ann's notes, start looking into this stuff. You may want to wait and take the 100% exams next weekend once we've gone through everything. You guys do what's worked best for you. I'm just telling you it's available, and I need you guys to start getting into 100% mode. Even though we haven't covered everything, we've covered most of it. 102, I'm sorry. Thank you guys again for your patience. Y'all have a great weekend. I'll stay around for questions. I got a question here. Is it Haley or Holly? Haley, I'll get that in just 1 second. But y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you Tuesday. And we're getting ready to do our thing next week. So y'all hang on to your hats, because somebody just said in the chat, y'all got about 12 days to your test. So breathe, everybody breathe, and get ready for what's coming up in roughly 12 days. Haley, to answer your question, for your application, when you're submitting your application to the Real Estate Commission, they're going to ask you for the school's code and the instructor's code. You don't get that information until Lane sends you the certificate of completion once you pass my test. So you can do everything in your application except for the school code and the instructor code. Those are the last two pieces that you need before you can submit, and you'll get those when you pass my class and Lane sends you the certificate of completion. Truth be told, and this is really bad, I don't know my instructor code. I really should, shouldn't I? So even if I told you, I don't know. That's for y'all, not for me. So yeah, those are the last two pieces that you need to submit that application. In other words, you cannot submit it until you get that certificate of completion, until you pass my test. Okay. And we're sticking around for questions. Let's see, I got one right here. Actually, I'm going to sit down for a second because, All right, so we're sticking around for questions, and I'm still recording. So even if you can't stay, you can still get the questions. And one question I had come in, we got a question on a mini CD. I'm assuming you mean mini CD5 and Learn Test Pass. Okay. I love my sit stand table. I love it. I got it programmed, my sit level and my stand level. So when when it's time for class, I just hit my button and and when class over, I love it. It's like the favorite feature I got from Zoom. I can't teach sitting down. My voice just doesn't project the same after 4 hours. So digging my desk. So it's a rounding question, particularly. So remember what we said about rounding. You can't miss it by rounding alone, as long as you're not going crazy, right? Don't just round to whole numbers or hundreds or whatever. What they say is if you always go out 3 digits and then the very last figure, wait till the very end to round, you're going to be accurate. I'm a big fan. The fewer times you clear your calculator, the better. So you may get a 4.8372, that is a big long number. If you don't clear that and you say times however many days or whatever, that's where your most accuracy is. So which one in particular here are we questioning about rounding? Or did I just answer your question? Either way. Interim interest. Okay, so let's see. Buyer paid initial. Yes, please email me any questions. Absolutely. I am available all weekend. And interim interest. So here we are. This is what we're looking at. All right, so I see interim interest. My little brain says, Julie, draw a picture. So in this case, we're going to go to closing on settlement will occur on June 10th. So we're going to go to closing on June 10th. If we go to closing on June 10th, we don't have a payment on July 1st, correct? We skip the first. So no payment on July 1st. We go to closing on June 1st. We go to closing on June 10th. No payment on July 1st. First payment is due August 1st. So far, so good. So at closing, we're going to collect interim interest from June 10th to June 30th. So you have, don't look at that and see 20 days. You have the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. There are 21 days. Do not look at that and see 20. Count it out. You see how long that took me to do? Just count it out. Get that days right. Then we figure, let's see, we're going to figure interim interest off of the loan amount. So I got a loan amount, $747,900 with 5.4% interest rate. So $747,900 is my balance or my loan amount times my interest rate of 5.4%. So $747,900 times 5.4% gives me annual interest of $40,386.6. Annual interest. I need to break that down to daily. How many days in a pre-licensing calendar? 360. So we're going to take annual divided by 360 to get daily. This is where I get one on my calculator. What I see is 112.85. So they say go out at least 3 places. In this case, that's what my calculator gives me. What I mean by the fewer times that you have to touch your calculator, the fewer times you touch it, if you don't clear it, don't do anything, and then just say times 21. That's how you're going to get the absolute most accurate. The fewer times you clear your calculator, if you want to get spot on, don't clear it. So you got daily, you just say times 21. And now I got 2355.885. But since I'm at the last calculation, I can round to 2355.89. And that's how much the buyer will owe their lender for interim interest. Haley, that's correct. Yes. So is the answer different because of rounding? Because if they would have taken this and just, for example, said 112.19, right? If they would have just rounded this number, and then you take that times 21, now I get 2355.99. So see, I'm 10 cents off. And that's what we mean by rounding alone. You're not going to, in other words, none of these answer choices are 10 cents off. That's right. So they suggest you round at least 3 decimal places. Without looking at the rest of the problem. So when you got it, were you roughly 10 cents off, give or take? You were more off than that. So can I erase all this pink? Can I erase all this? So if we look at the answer keys, let's see what they got for interim interest. Let's see what they did. So interim interest, here's our our balance times our interest rates, the annual interest. divided by 360, they got 112.19. They figured out 21 days. So that's what they did. So 23. So see that math isn't, what they should have had here was 99. So they got a little carried away there. Because if you take 112.19 times 21, yeah, I get 23.5589. So to follow their calculations, that should be 99 cents. Sure. And this tells us the answer is A. Again, I hadn't seen this problem in quite a while. So, all right, so taxes. We still know closings on June 10th. That's important. Lenders charging, buyer paid, lenders requiring, homeowners insurance, real property taxes for the year and have already been paid by the seller. So when we do our taxes, anytime you prorate, I suggest just drawing it out. So there's January 1st to the end of the year. What divides the year is the day of closing. And in this case, we're going to closing on June 10th. Seller owns the property the front part of the year, buyer owns the property the latter part of the year. So I took the information in the word problem and I drew a picture. And now I can see seller's responsibility and buyer's responsibility. Taxes have already been paid. How? I don't know, but we always do what the problem tells us, right? So problem tells me taxes have already been paid by the seller, which means they've already paid taxes for the whole entire year. So now we stop and ask ourselves, who owes whom? If the seller has paid the taxes for the year, who owes whom? Saw your mouth move. So that's right. That's right. If the taxes have, the sellers paid the taxes for the year, then the buyer owes the seller. And in settlement statement speak, we're going to do a debit the buyer, credit the seller. That's what I mean by the buyer owes the seller. Pretend, if you will, I hand you a check. I don't know why. Just here you go. Here's a check. You want a check, Aisha? Sure. I hand you a check. That's a debit to me and a credit to you, right? It's coming out of my account, my hand, and it's going into yours. So that's when we mean debit one party, credit the other. Somebody owes somebody. We're not going to require you to collect checks outside of closing, because remember, that's what we're trying to do. A settlement is settle everything. So it's going to be hashed out on the settlement statement. And what the buyer owes the seller for is the period of time that they own the property. So the seller gets to pay taxes today. The buyer will start paying taxes tomorrow through the end of the year. So how many days does this year does the buyer own the property? Well, you got June 11th, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30. So there's 20 days left in June. And I got 30 days in July, 30 days in August, 30 days in September, 30 days in October, 30 days in November, and 30 days in December. Isn't that what we're saying? The buyer owns a property from June 11th to the end of the year. So how many days is that? 1, 2, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 180, 200. I'm going to put that up here, 200 days. Is that what you got? 200? Okay. And now we need to figure out how much. So again, we go back to the problem. It tells me that taxes for the year are $74.31. Pre-licensing year, unless we're told otherwise. Hang on, I need to go back up just 1 second, and I don't think these do. Okay, sometimes they tell you otherwise. So the highlights got off. There we go. So So taxes for the year, 7431, 360 days. And I get 20.641666, and that's as far as my calculator goes. So you could round here, you could say 0.642 if you wanted to do that. My suggestion is don't clear it. Take that number you have and say times 200. And I get $4,128.332, or if we round, 4128.33. Let me move this somewhere where we can see it when I turn it off. Yeah, now kind of. But I took my annual taxes, divided by 360 to get daily, then times it by the number of days. Did I count 610 for interim interest because that's when the mortgage kicked in? Yes. Remember, interim interest has nothing to do with the seller. So the only time the seller is responsible for the day of settlement is when we're prorating between the parties, when it does have something to do with the seller. So you're absolutely right. The interim interest is between the buyer and their lender. Does the lender expect to get paid interest for today? Yeah. And who are they going to collect from? The buyer. So the only time.
Can I ask a quick, completely unrelated question?
Sure.
This, and it's something I maybe don't even really need to know that much, but when you were talking about the germs,
Uh-huh.
is that applicable to like just like, was it 1 to 4 unit properties, or basically?
Just if you're going to buy a duplex and maybe the seller's not willing to release their, their numbers and their figures, then you want to ask yourself if it's a good investment. So the germ is the investor's formulator. If they don't know PGI and EGI and operating expenses, that kind of thing.
Okay,
So
but it
if it's
doesn't
more
have
than
to
if it's more
apply
than
to a
4 units,
specific.
that's probably part of the sale. You know what I'm saying? If it's a
Gotcha.
150 unit apartment complex, the seller may have to provide, would be more likely to have to provide that information. So
Okay,
that's why we say 1 to 4 units. I'm buying a duplex and I want to know if this is worth my time and money. What's the
something more
sales price to buy-
manageable.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yep. You want to buy, if
Okay.
I'm buying a 150 unit apartment complex, I'm getting me an attorney, and my part of the conditions of acceptance of my contract is going to be asked to see your books. I want to see, what I'm saying, that information. So it becomes a different ball game.
okay. One more thing, and
Sure.
I'll, I know you said we missed a question on the test that we can't see what the answer is if we missed it or what the question was, but it breaks it down to categories or different, like you missed this percent on this. If we
Right.
want to know that, do we just need to check with you later, or?
You should have gotten an email from Classmarker. Check your
Okay.
spam.
I'm
Check your
sorry,
spam.
I'll go look.
Yeah, and if you still don't have it, then let me know and I can send you, because I
Okay.
get what you get pretty much. So if you still don't have it, let me know and I can send you a screenshot of that. But yeah, you should have gotten something from Classmarker with that. And that
Okay.
absolutely is going to be helpful, because it's going to tell you how many on agency you got right, how many. So if you nailed agency and got it all right, then I'm not saying don't study agency,
Right.
but where else can you focus, so
Okay.
that just kind of helps you direct your energy a little bit.
Okay,
But
I'll
yeah,
go back and look.
check your spam, and if you still don't have it, just shoot me an email. No problem.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Aisha.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good weekend.
You too.
Let's see, fixtures and personal property. Somebody in this class, I heard it for the first time ever, and I can't tell you how much I love it. To identify it as a fixture or personal property, take the house, flip it upside down, and shake it. If it comes loose, it's a personal property. If it doesn't, it's a fixture. Does that not create a visual? So, so with fixtures, what I'm saying is fixtures are things that are permanently attached, nailed, screwed, glued, bolted, welded, right? Somebody that is attached with intention to stay. Personal property is something you can pick up and move because it's not attached. It's not permanently attached. That's right. The fabric of a curtain is personal property because it just slides on the rod. The bracket, my rod just kind of rests on the brackets. So I could take my rods, I could take my curtains. The brackets, I got to leave because that's what's actually screwed into the wall, or however my husband put them in. I don't know. I wasn't here. But however he attached them. And how do I know it's a fixture? How do I know it's attached? Because my brackets aren't falling down. My rod's not falling down, right? My curtains and that rod is staying permanently on. That's the difference. You know, when you start showing property, you're going to walk into a nice house and there's going to be a 70-inch screen TV hanging on the wall. And your buyer will look at you and say, does the TV come with this? And you're going to say anything's negotiable. But the TV just slides on that bracket, right? If you pick the house and shake it upside down, the TV is going to fall off. In that scenario, what's a fixture is the bracket, the thing that's actually attached to the wall. Flagpoles. Flagpole holders are sometimes screwed into the house, right? And so you can have a flag off your front porch. The flag is personal property because it just slides in. The holder is what's screwed in. Sometimes, you know, and you'll remember our contract gives us a list. So in other words, what I mean by this, if you're using standard form 2T, they provide us with a list that this contracts has figured is a fixture. If you're using another contract, this fixture list may look differently. But if you're using 2T, these things are considered fixtures. And in addition to these, anything that is permanently attached with intent to stay. What this list gives us is this is a no-brainer. We don't have to argue about this. The contract tells me that the mailbox is a fixture, so we're going to call it a fixture. This was recently added to our contract, and this caused it. When I say recent, I guess I mean within the last 6-8 years, something like that. But this caused an uproar across the state. Where is it? Mirrors attached to walls were always there. Da 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 da. What was added about 6 years ago was bathroom wall mirrors. Those things are pretty much just on a nail in the bathroom, aren't they? Think of like the decorative mirror, you just put it on a nail. I've always heard that if an item makes the fixture list, it is the result of a lawsuit. So if what I've heard is true, some buyer moved in after closing and there were no bathroom mirrors. They sued the seller, and as part of a result of that lawsuit, they added bathroom wall mirrors. This isn't the medicine cabinet. That's in there, right? That's attached, but this is the decorative mirror. And even though you and I we could argue all day long if we wanted to, that mirror is no different than this poster, right? But because it's in the contract as a fixture, the mirror is considered. You use a different contract and it's not in here, the mirror is going to be personal property. Here's that surface mounting brackets for TV and speakers. You know, so again, the buyer says, does the TV come with the home? Anything's negotiable. But without negotiating, no, the TV is not included. let's see, would I consider contract as unenforceable and voidable? So no, I wouldn't consider any of that. So let's go back. We talk about the validity of a contract. A valid contract can become voidable. How does a valid contract become voidable? Because one party has the right to go stand in front of a judge. The judge is the one that makes it voidable, not me and you. So one party goes to the judge and says, because of whatever, because I'm 17 and a half years old, because I was drunk when I signed the contract, because I was under duress, because I was under influence, one party has the right to say, I don't have to carry through with the terms of this contract. The judge is going to say, prove you were drunk. You show a bar receipt and bring in your bartender. Says, yep, she was falling off of her bar stool before she signed that. You have witnesses, you have proof, and the judge will take the valid contract and make it voidable. Again, understand there's nothing wrong with the contract. It's one party has the right to say, I don't have to carry through with terms of this contract. Same thing with unenforceable. A valid contract can become unenforceable. Either party has the right to go to the judge. An example of that would be a handshake agreement. You agree to buy my house on a handshake, and then one of us does or doesn't do what we promised to do. And we, bicker at it. And we finally say, we're going to let a judge go hash this out. The judge, we're going to stand there and say, well, she said this, and Julie told me that, and Aisha told me this. And the judge is going to say, girls, where's your contract? And say, we don't have one. We shook hands on it. The judge is going to say, this is unenforceable. Get out. So it's, when you think about the validity of a contract, think about two pieces. First piece is the contract valid or not? Contracts are either valid or void. If a contract is valid, it has those essential elements. It satisfies those ingredients of a valid contract. If it's missing any of the essential elements, then it's considered void because you never had a contract to begin with. So once you ask yourself, is the contract valid or void? If you determine that it's valid, then you need to decide if it's enforceable by the parties, voidable by one of the parties, or unenforceable by either party. Valid and void is about the contract. Enforceable, voidable, unenforceable is about the people. And remember what we said too for your test. The example that we have of a void contract is if somebody enters into the contract that had been declared legally incompetent by a court of law. The court, the medical profession and the court have decided that they don't have the mental capacity to contract. And that would make the contract void for your test purposes. Absolutely. You too. Let me know if you have any questions. Holly, Will, you guys there? You good? You got questions?